Testing 1 3. All right. Okay. Something new for today. Making sure everything is set up in the right way. So yeah, I'm getting streaming on one side, no data on the other. But I think I just need to refresh. There we go. What do you know? It was working the whole time. No reason to even worry my mind. So, all right, here we go. Something new for today. Bringing you massive value, as I could say, in every type of way that I can think of. So, I'm on the brink of trying something new. So, here's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to create a new app today, and I'm trying to do it in a different way. I'm trying to do it using more of Claude Code than I'm used to doing in the past. So, what I want to do is try out the plan mode, and I'm trying to really get more of Claude Code involved into the building and the planning process. I feel like it was easier for me before to not involve it, just to keep things like cleaner and simpler. Mainly Claude Code has like a context window. Like the more you use it, the more it forgets. And I was just trying to make sure I only give it the exact right prompts and not do extra work with it. But now that I'm starting to understand this stuff a lot better, I feel like I definitely am getting bored if I just like keep doing the same stuff I do, even though like I was being recommended to like try new features through AI. These new features that I was trying really didn't like push me that much. So yeah, I'm really trying to, get better at what I'm doing and find out really everything that Claude is capable of. So yeah, for today, what I'm going to start out with is the usual. I'm going to start out with by going over the app I built last time. And that is right here, the ETF overlap app. So essentially, this is a app for finance, and I created it for beginner investors. But really, I think it would have some use for any level investor because of the math it does. And essentially, I know some of this stuff you can get off of other, brokerages or finance sites, but I think this app is a little bit different. I just got a little bit of extra features on it. So start out by, first thing is like an understanding for beginners. Basically what this is, and this is a tool for finding the overlap with different ETFs, different funds. ETFs are basically like managed funds, like the S&P 500. A fund that has like a bunch of different stocks put in it, so it's supposed to be less risky if you buy more stocks. That way, like if one goes down, it doesn't affect the rest so much. But essentially, what I did when I did the research was find out that one of the biggest pain points for beginners was they didn't really understand the overlap between different ETFs. They didn't really understand that a lot of the ETFs really have most of the same companies. And essentially, when they do that, really the main thing would come down to is the fees, because different ETFs have different fees. So also too, they're not always like labeled correctly. Like, one ETF could be labeled technology, another ETF could be labeled um something else. But essentially, when you check out the main stocks, a lot of them are pretty much the same. So what this does is the first thing is an explanation for investors to understand what this tool does and what the main problem that it's solving is, which is overlap. Many investors buy multiple ETFs thinking that they're diversified, but those funds often hold the same companies. So right here, it automatically shows up. There's two different ticker searches on this app. I've always had one before. So you put in like the ticker search for first it has SPY and then it has QQQ. You can put in any ticker you want, and it's going to show a donut graph where you can like hover over the different parts of it, and it's going to show you like what percentage of each stock each ETF owns. So you can see essentially, these bigger stocks make up, at least about, says right here, about 30% on this one, and about, looks like about 50% on this one. But essentially they're both like the same stocks. They're just like a little bit of different percentage of each stock. And then you can hover over the gray part, which it'll tell you essentially there's a total holding of 503 different stocks, but most of them outside of the main ones are going to be like very small percentages. And what it does is when it has all the information, I know some of this free API and some of the like non-major ETFs, it doesn't show all of it, but essentially it's showing you, the other sectors and what percentages they make. So it'll like do the same thing here. And then you can scroll down, you can see that, 31.6% of these funds both overlap. And it'll go and it'll show you a list of all the different stocks that overlap for at least the main ones and the percentage in each one. And then here's a very important part for this that I don't see anywhere else is like it's gonna let you know the fee comparison. So essentially, like even though most of these like main stocks overlap, which is gonna cause these funds to pretty much like give similar returns, if you check it, you can see that one of them has like about double the fees as the other one. So, I mean, different ones have different fees, but you can see like this will be very important for beginners. Essentially, beginners, like one of the first things that they're instructed to buy when it comes to stocks. And I think most people, without even like, taking action, that if they have like a job and they're going to be doing like a 401k or something like that, they're going to be getting similar funds like this. And a lot of people don't even like check into what this is, so this will make it a lot easier for them. And then they can go and compare different funds. Some people have an option, some people don't. But at least, this can get people, from being like more of a passive investor to more of an active investor. So when they go, they can compare the fees that they already own with ones that are possible that they might not have like looked into. Maybe they'll find that they can save some money down the road or even right away, or even understand that, maybe they're already like buying a diversified like set of fees that they thought were more diversified, but they're really not. And some of them have extra fees that they're paying that they don't need to be. But either way, I think this is really going to help a lot of like very beginner investors really get in the game and really start taking more of an active role to this, because at the end of the day, like what I'm trying to say is that it doesn't take much effort, and it's not really that hard to understand it. It's just people aren't really taught this in the education system. And I think society in general kind of like tries to, you know, say that this is difficult and they should just like pay someone to handle this for them or just buy these funds instead. But what I think is that if people put in just a little bit of time and increase their mind in terms of what they could learn for investing, they could make a lot more money and understand money a lot better to make it work for them. So yeah, I think that's about it for this. I just put the link in the description so you can go and check that out. All right, so on to the app for today. I'm gonna get right into what app I'm gonna make today. And I don't know if you ever heard of Ichimoku clouds. Well, I'm gonna just like Google that to get the main definition, like the scientific definition. I'm not even sure how to spell it, but Ichimoku cloud. Okay, it's a technical analysis indicator. So, according to Investopedia, the Ichimoku Cloud is a technical analysis tool that provides insights into trend direction, momentum, and dynamic support/resistance levels, helping traders recognize bullish potential trades at a glance. And that's really, only it's like, once you understand it, I feel like they're very easy to read. But if you don't understand it and you're just looking at it, then it's going to be, it's probably not going to help you very much. So I want to make this app for beginners. I want beginners to understand it. And most importantly, I want to, for the vibe coding process, I want to incorporate Claude Code way more and start using the planning feature on Claude Code and start to understand more of really what Claude Code is capable of. So yeah, today I'm going to be trying some new things and I'll see what it brings. So essentially I'll give like some key takeaways about the Ichimoku Cloud. It combines multiple indicators to provide a broad view of the market. It was introduced by Goichi Hosoda in the 1960s. Um, so it includes conversion line, baseline, leading span, and lagging span. And yeah, definitely, I think Claude Code is the best too. So yeah, respect to you. And basically, we're gonna see everything is capable to do. So yeah, I'd like to know, like, anybody, if you also use Claude Code, essentially, like, do you use plan mode? Because that's gonna be the main thing for today that I'm trying to understand better and showcasing in this stream. So if you use plan mode, just let me know. And if that helps you a lot, like, what do you think is the best feature of plan mode that helps you the most with your projects? So essentially, this Ikimochu cloud is going to help identify trends, support and resistance levels, and trading signals. It does have some limitations such as reliance on historical data and potential chart clutter. So yeah, I'm going to start. From what I understand, that's awesome. Yeah. So today I'm really interested to see how much of a difference it's going to make from my kind of like my old flow, which is usually using Gemini to create the prompts and then go into Claude Code. But from what I understand, essentially I should still do kind of like the business part of the app first, like identifying pain points and like creating kind of like an overall plan, and then I'm going to give it a name. Then I'm going to go back into Claude Code. So I have that, like, the original plan is kind of like a reference, but I want to use that to see like what Claude Code does like in comparison to that. So I'm basically going to be trying out the plan mode in Claude Code, and I'm going to be really comparing it to the planning process that I was using with just like Gemini LLM to see, how it compared to the old way I did it. So yeah, I think that's going to be interesting. And essentially, I'm going to start the planning process right now. So yeah, let's see. So for today's app, I want to do the Ichimoku Cloud app, and I want this to be like a focus for beginner investors. Essentially, the first step I want you to do is to search the internet to find the biggest pain points that you can find that beginner investors have when it comes to anything to do with Ichimoku clouds. So yeah, from what I understand, like, Claude Code could do some of this stuff, but when I did research, the research was saying on the AI that it's better to do like this part with AI, other than Claude Code, because that might be like, extra stuff you don't need to do for taking up, more memory and context. And what I'm gonna do is do this part today, and I think I'll just like, gradually switch over more and more to Claude Code as I find out like what parts are better for Claude Code and what parts are better for just doing like for the general business process part of it. Because like from what I see, a lot of the people that use Claude Code, at least the videos I see on YouTube, they're not really doing like business planning. They're just kind of starting out by making the app, like starting out like by telling Claude Code what it wants for the app features. Where my system is more like a business process where I start out with the what are the pain points, and then I'm creating a name, and then I'm getting into the plan. So essentially, based on research, beginner investors have a very specific wall that they usually run into when it comes to Ichimoku clouds. While it's sometimes called one look equilibrium chart for a beginner, that one look usually feels like a panic attack. So I don't think it's that bad, but essentially we've got a couple different pain points that they listed. There's visual overload. So these these charts, or this indicator, not always, but usually comes with a bunch of different lines. They describe them as Tenkin, Kinjun, Span A, Span B, and Chiku plus a shaded cloud. But essentially, like I've seen many versions of it where they just show the cloud. Um, and then so like the beginner's vibe is kind of like what they're saying. What the further problem is, like they can't see the actual stock price anymore. So I guess like that kind of helps, but also I don't know. To me, like that doesn't seem to be a problem, but I think I could make it so like when this app shows essentially shows the cloud and that chart, that maybe it lists the price like somewhere in bold, like over the whole thing. But yeah, I'll figure that out once I build it and see like how much space it takes up. Then I think it'll be easier to tell where to put that price, so it's easier to see. So yeah, good looking out to the comments. Someone saying, yeah, use Gemini to come up with a product spec, and then Claude Code to build it all out, and then GPT Codex 5.3 to do bug checks and security audits. Okay, so yeah, I don't have the Codex 5.3. Or actually, I might, because I do have a GPT subscription. So that's good to know. I think I'll look into that, because in the past I was using Claude Code for the bug checks and the security audit. But yeah, once I'm done today, I'm gonna look into see if I can just easily tap into my GPT subscription, which is just on a different like email. So yeah, maybe I can even get two windows running together, one with the GPT and one with the Claude. That'll be interesting. But I'll just do it as I go. Awesome, that's good to know. So I should have Codex. So yeah, this is gonna be cool. I'm trying a bunch of new things today, and it's gonna be interesting to see how it turns out. I feel like I'm learning a lot. I feel like definitely already like made a lot more progress than I thought I would by this time, and feel like I'm definitely more than ready to really expand what is possible with these tools. So yeah, just switched up from Cursor to VS Code. I never found myself using Cursor anymore. It definitely helped in like the very beginning, but yeah, VS Code is I think people were saying it was like a fork of Cursor. So I don't know if that means if like Cursor was built off of VS Code, or if it was the other way around, but they're very similar. And I don't know, there was like for the most part there was like maybe one or two things I liked better about the layout of Cursor, but there's also a few things I like about the layout of VS Code, like instead of showing like the code next to the terminal window, it's like you can just like kind of scroll down on the terminal window and it'll show the code behind it. So it's not like, okay, I see the other way around. The basically the codex was spun off of, or I mean Cursor must have been spun off of VS Code. VS Code was first. Yep, that's awesome. That's good to know. Yeah, learning so much as I go. So next pain point people have is the future confusion. So the cloud, Ichimoku cloud, is projected 26 days ahead of the current price. Essentially, like, people are wondering why is the chart floating in empty space on the right. Um, yeah, I guess not really sure. I'm gonna have to like wait till it like prints it out to see, because I think they mean why is the like the cloud floating in empty space, but yeah, I'll figure that out once it like gets the chart created. The lagging line trap is another one. The Chiku span is the current price shifted 26 days backwards. So people are wondering, is this a new stock or the old one? Why is it following me? Uh yeah, this is I think I need to ask Gemini for more information on some of these explanations, because I mean I kind of get it, but I think usually they gave me more info, so that's what I'm gonna do. Gemini, for the pain points, the way you have them listed, I could use more context information in regards to the beginner vibe. So essentially, can you recreate that chart and provide me more information in regards to like the problems people have? Because like when you say like for like lagging line trap, you say, is this a new stock or the old one? Why is it following me? I'm kind of confused in regards to like everything that really means. Like, I don't understand why people would think like the stock is following them. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. All right, yeah, sometimes you just gotta get more information out of the LLMs. So like for that one in particular, they're saying to a seasoned developer or trader, lagging line is just a data point. To a beginner, it's a visual ghost. The Ichimoku chart is weird because it doesn't just show now, it shows the past, the present, and the future all at once on the same screen. And that's what causes so much confusion. Okay, I see what it's saying now. Um, so for the visual overload, um, the beginner vibe is like they lost their candle, and I don't really understand what that means. I gotta look in. So now they're providing me more context. So beginners are taught to look at candlesticks. When you overlay a thick cloud and 5 lines, the actual price action gets buried. They can't tell if a stock is currently up or down for the day. Oh, okay, I see what they're saying now. That makes way more sense. So they're more like they can't tell what's going on in that daily with the candle probably being covered by the cloud in some way. That makes more sense. So for the future gap, the Sunoku spans are plotted 26 days ahead of the current price. Um, so if they think like that, then the chart is broken or floating. Okay. So on a normal chart, the data ends at today. In Ichimoku, the cloud extends into empty space on the right. Yep, it's just the cloud. That's what I thought they were saying. Beginners often think the API is buggy or they're looking at predicted prices that aren't real. But that's just because they don't understand the cloud so well. So that's what this app is hopefully going to solve. Then we got the lagging line trap. Why is there a ghost following the stock? So yeah, these clouds I guess could kind of look like, that makes sense, the ghost analogy now, because the clouds kind of look like, you know, how someone might draw a ghost. So if the price drops sharply today, a line 26 days ago also drops sharply, beginners get confused. Is there a second stock? Is this a hidden support line? They don't realize it's just a mirror of right now moved backwards. Then you got the fog zone, when the price is trading inside the Kumo or the cloud. So I guess Kumo must mean cloud in Japanese. So it's green, so I should buy, right? So beginners see a green cloud and think buy if the price is inside the green cloud. The market is actually in no man's land. So when yeah, so it's kind of like before when I was doing the charts with the moving averages. Like if the price was in between the moving averages, that was kind of like no man's land. So it's similar with these clouds. So a lot of traders like will lose money by buying or trading inside the fog or inside the cloud instead of waiting for a clear breakout. And calculation fatigue, each of the 5 lines uses a different look back. So like, maybe the 26-day line says buy, but the 9-day line says sell. And this can cause analysis paralysis. There's just more going on with this chart than a lot of other indicators. So people will try to wait for all 5 lines to agree perfectly, but by the time that happens, the big move is usually already over. So yeah, I hope to solve all these problems, and essentially the biggest one seems to be visual overload. Like I would say like all these different problems, you got analysis paralysis and people there's just like too much going on this kind of like indicator for beginners that it confuses them. So yeah, I would say visual overload is the number one problem here. So I think the best solution for the analysis paralysis is essentially just going to be to uh to have like explanations, but I'll see what Gemini thinks. So it seems like the heart of all these different pain points really comes down to like a visual overload or analysis paralysis. That with this tool, there's so much going on that it makes it really difficult for beginners to understand everything. So I'm thinking to solve this something along the lines of just like, maybe you can like scroll over certain lines or scroll over the clouds, and something will pop up and explain more to you, plus like, explainer cards. Let me know what you think of this idea, and also let me know of any other things I could add that would help to solve this main pain point for Ichimoku clouds. All right, they're saying this comes down to the UI. If we just dump 5 lines in a cloud on a screen, we built a textbook, not a tool. By adding interactive explainers and dynamic cards, you're turning this into an educational terminal. So beyond just scrolling over lines, here are 3 pro UX features we can add to solve the visual overload for beginners. The Logic HUD, which is a heads-up display. Instead of making users guess what the lines mean, we add a small dashboard to that on the side that translate the math into English. So like momentum is fast when the okay, they're putting like Japanese words like tenkan is like what they would use. That's another part of this indicator. If they're using, depending on the site, if they're using like the Japanese words, I think I could just like make this more like English if they're trying to use Japanese words, but I'll figure that out when I get to that part. So it's either fast when it's above or slow when it's underneath the cloud. And the trend, if like price is above the cloud, it's a bullish trend. The sentiment, the lagging line is above the past price, then it's positive sentiment. So then I can use like the traffic light, like the green light would be clear skies, yellow would be foggy, and red would be stormy. And right there, I think kind of the best way to explain this would be using like a weather type of analogy. That would make the most sense because we're dealing with clouds. So now we could do focus mode like toggles, give the user buttons to solo specific parts of the cloud. So show only the trend. It dims everything except the cloud and the price. Oh, that's a good idea. So you can like basically like dim certain parts out. and like look at the chart like, you know, with one part at a time, and that should give you a like way easier way to understand it. And then you could like show only the momentum. You could like dim the cloud and highlight the crossover lines. I like that idea. So it lets beginners learn one piece of the puzzle at a time without the other lines distracting them. We've got the explainer cards, and that's just something I've done on every app. But they're saying it looks like something I could do different is like if a person hovers over a specific line, a card appears. I think that's just simply what I did last time with like the hover thing that I can do again. Um, so the vibe is like the market's anchor. If the price is far away from this, it's like a rubber band. It wants to snap back here. And so yeah, we're not just building a chart. We're gonna build a teacher. We're adding a focus mode so you can strip the noise away, and a logic HUD that tells you the market weather in plain English. No more guessing if a green cloud is a buy signal or a trap. The app is going to explain the why behind the what. So let's see. We have got the heads up display and focus modes are going to be the main, I think the main ways to solve the main problem, main pain point. Okay. All right, next step would be the name. And let's see, Gemini's already like wrote me a prompt to get started, and it picked the name Cloudwalker. But yeah, I don't really like that name, so I'm going to direct it to find a better name. All right, before I get started with that prompt, I want to find a name that I think is better. Essentially, I want to find something that is catchy, and I want it to, you know, include at least the word cloud in the name, if not the full Ichimoku cloud in the name. And I want it to be so essentially a beginner investor could look at the name and realize it's a tool that will help them understand Ichimoku clouds better. So start with 20 different name suggestions. Okay, so here we go. Cloud clearing, Ichimoku site, Cloud Lens, Simple Cloud, Clear Cloud stocks, Cloud Pilot, Ichimoku Navigator, Cloud Compass, Ichimoku Map, Cloud Guide, Cloud Tracer, Ichiscan, Cloud Logic, Ichiflow, Cloud Pulse, Zen Cloud, Cloud Gazer, Ichivision, Cloud Whale, and Bright Cloud. So I would say none of those really sound catchy. So I'm gonna go with the one that like explains, I think, the best of what the app does. Um, maybe Cloud Pilot, Ichimoku Navigator, Ichimoku Map, Cloud Logic. I think Cloud Compass. That's actually a little bit catchy, but Ichimoku Map. Um, yeah, I think from a business perspective that the Cloud Compass is the best name. That's going to be the catchiest and easiest to remember. And it might not be like, as explanatory as the other ones, but I think can solve that with the subtitle. All right, I decided to go with Cloud Compass. Now I want you to create 10 possible subtitles that will have the main purpose of explaining what this tool does. So we got Cloud Compass. All right, your simplified guide to Ichimoku cloud trading. I'm just going to read the ones that are good. Turning complex market clouds into clear trading signals. A beginner's lens for Ichimoku analysis. Stress-free way to read the Japanese cloud. Seeing through the clouds to find the perfect entry. Understand trend, momentum, and support instantly. Um, I like your simplified guide to Ichimoku cloud trading, but that says trading, and this should be more for like buying. A beginner's lens for Ichimoku analysis. Yeah, I think that one's the best one. I'm going to go with a beginner's lens for Ichimoku analysis. So essentially, I think what I want to do is just start by addressing the pain points in regards to what I want to cover that the app will solve these pain points, and then we can go through and make a plan like we usually did and break that into steps. And I'm just going to kind of use that as a reference or a guide to see, to compare with Claude Code to see how that creates a plan and follows it. Okay, so when I'm looking at the pain points, what I want to include in this app is essentially what we were talking about. For the main thing is like the visual overload. So I would like to have something where you can just like, hover over, say, like the different clouds and the different lines, and like a card will pop up and explain what that line or that cloud means. So also I want there to be some cards at the bottom for education that will essentially, talk about how this chart is used, what the different parts mean, and with a primary focus on explaining the pain point people have in regards to, feeling like something is backwards, or that not understanding, why like clouds are projected out into the future. So basically making sure the cards cover all the pain points that we have. And I want this to be, something where a person can type in a ticker and then it will show this indicator on a chart. I will go with your suggestions. It sounds like usually candlestick charts are used with this indicator. And if that's the case, then I think the chart should be a candlestick chart. Also, I would like to have some kind of back testing if possible. I'm not really 100% sure on, how the back testing feature is going to work. So I would take your suggestions, and just based off of this is like the primary stuff I want the app to have. Let me know what you think. Are there any questions that you have for me to understand this better? So yeah, a big part of this, what I was doing research on is, having the AI instructed to ask me questions to get a better idea of what I'm doing. So I'm going to do this with both Gemini, and then I'm going to do it with Claude Code, kind of see what the difference is. So this is a massive upgrade from a simple chart to a true educational trading terminal. I've identified the human problem of visual overload and paired it with value add backtesting. So here's how they plan to structure the app. Interactive hotspots, which line is which. Hovering over the cloud or lines trigger a pop-up card explaining its role. The candlestick clarity, they can't see the price action. We'll use a high contrast candlesticks with a dimmable cloud toggle so the price always stays the hero. The time traveler cards. Why is the cloud in the future? Educational cards at the bottom specifically explain the 26-day projection and the lagging lines. And the vibe backtesting. Does this actually work? Strategy tester that identifies every time the price broke the cloud in the last 100 days and shows if it would have made a profit. Okay. So, saying keep the backtesting simple, suggesting we track the Kumo breakout strategy. So, like entry when the price closes above the cloud, exit when the price closes below the baseline. So, I think the main thing that I would first think of when it comes to backtesting is being able to look in the past and see, like, not only, how often did it like break above, but when it did break above, what on average, how many days on average did it stay above or below the cloud when it either broke above or below. So we got phase one, the math engine, phase two, the candlestick foundation, phase three, the educational layer, the hotspots, phase four, the backtest engine, and phase five, the pain point education. So yeah, I just wanted to. Could you rewrite that multi-step plan so that it is in more detail? All right, so basically I'm just going to take this plan. I'm going to copy and paste it onto another document, and just basically use it as kind of like reference. So I'm going to see if I can do as much as I can through the Claude Code planning mode, and now that I have a really good idea of essentially like this is like the process I have been using that just seemed to work better intuitively for me, I'm gonna see whether I think Claude Code's plan mode is better essentially. So we got the Cloud Compass, detailed technical roadmap, and this will be very helpful to understand the overall picture that I have and whether or not Claude Code is following that. And then I'm sure at the end I can go back and kind of look at, analyze like what information did I give Claude that might have like, thrown it off, but I won't know until it's done. So yeah, this is going to be fun. This is going to be interesting to see what the difference is. And yeah, just really comparing my planning process that I already had to trying like a new way. Okay, so we're not just plotting lines. Phase one is the math, making sure that the cloud actually projects 26 days in the future. Phase 3 is the kicker. We're building a cloud breakout backtester so you can see if the stock actually respects the cloud before you put money on it. We're building a tool that doesn't just show the data, it proves its own value. Okay, so also I did get like just the research I did before this stream for the kind of prompt that I want to give Claude Code essentially for plan mode. I want to tell it like I'm starting a new session and I'm addressing the major pain point, and I'm gonna put in the pain point. So then reference the project guidelines in Claude MD. Enter plan mode and ask me 3 to 5 questions to help me architect a solution that fits our existing style. Okay, so another thing I found out is like more of a professional way to use the Claude MD file. And what I was doing before was like I had in my dev folder, I had an apps folder that I put like all the new apps I'm making. Each time I create a new folder, I would put it there. But what I was advised to do is to just essentially have like the Claude MD file in that folder, and then each time I create a new folder for a new project, to copy and paste that Claude MD folder in the new project folder. So that way it doesn't have to go like looking for it outside of the folder. And then that way too, when I get to more projects in the future, I'll have different plan MDs, which is like mainly the style and the guidelines I wanted to follow, so it won't get confused on which one to use. So I'm going to start doing that now, even though I'm only working with one Claude MD file so far. So essentially, the step I need to do right now is switch over to Claude Code, or switch over to the VS Code and start up the new folder. I want to put that Claude MD thing into the folder. So yeah, I got to create the new folder first for this project. And this one is called the Cloud Compass. Cloud dash compass. And then put the see if it went in there. Yep. Okay, awesome. So I just copied the rules MD folder and pasted it into the new folder that I made. Now I'm going to drag that into the VS Code. And it's already showing that that folder is in there, right there. I want to start up the terminal, and that's going to be right here. New terminal. Don't need this port thing up. I'm just going to resize the screen so my my camera is not covering anything. All right, so I'm ready to start Claude Code and try out the plan mode. All right, here we go. Got Opus 4.6, Claude Max, and yeah, everything is looking good so far. So good. Ready to get started with the coding, or actually the planning this time. Something I've never done before, so this is gonna be interesting. Let's see. I'm gonna check out the original prompt that I was given to start this plan mode. So it shows like the mission: build the Cloud Walker, a beginner first Ichimoku terminal. That's got the wrong name, so I'm gonna have it rewrite it. and it's talking about using Alpha Vantage, and I would much rather use FinHub. So you're saying someone in the comments is helping me build with agent area lookup, and it says chat tab, Claude Code tab. So let's see. Um, I don't see. Okay, I see chat over here. Okay, Claude Code. Okay, so this must be like where I can do plan mode then. And unfortunately I don't see a way to just talk to it, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'll just like talk and have the Word document dictate what I'm saying and copy and paste it. All right. Awesome. Yeah, I'll use that. Thank you for the help. And looks like it would make more sense then if I moved my webcam over to this side then, and then just do this. Close the terminal. Okay. But I guess I would need to like have it later, but yeah. Yeah, why not? Yeah, it's still showing Visual VS Code in there. Okay. Or I mean it's still showing the right folder. So yeah, I guess for the planning might as well make that as big as possible. Can close the whole tab. Awesome. Thank you for the help. And let's see here. So I'm going to give it this the new prompt. Awesome. All right, so I was just looking at the prompt that you created before to get me started, and essentially I want to make some changes. First off, I see you're using the wrong name. Change that to the new name, which is Cloud Compass, and use the subtitle that I picked. And instead of using Alpha Vantage, I would rather use FinHub if you think that that has the data that I would need. And let's see. So essentially, it looks like what I want to do, according to the research I did before, is in this prompt. I just want to let it know that I'm starting a new session to address what the major pain point is. So put in the pain point, and then reference the project guidelines in the Claude MD file, which is in the folder that I used to open up this project. And I want to enter plan mode, and I want it to ask me at least 3 to 5 questions to begin to help Claude to architect a solution that fits our existing style. So go ahead and create a prompt that I can use to get started with plan mode. And essentially I'm not in the terminal, I'm in the Claude Code chat part. All right, this is a good prompt. It's good on the technical requirements, FinHub, Next.js, Ichimoku Math, but it forces Claude into plan mode to handle the beginner lens features through an interview. FinHub is actually better for this than Alpha Vantage because their candlestick data is very lightweight and reliable for high performance charts. So yeah, no matter how much I use, pretty much not just Gemini, but when I was trying to use Claude LLM to help me find the best APIs for every project, like it seems to like keep like trying to send me to the same one, which is like seems to not work the best for these apps. So I've had to, you know, kind of direct it over trial and error of learning the different APIs. For whatever reason, it's good to know that the LLMs just don't seem to learn from me going through the different problems with different APIs. But anyways, got this prompt. Build a cloud compass, a beginner's lens for Ichimoku analysis. I'm starting a new project to address a major investor pain point, which is visual overload and analysis paralysis when using Ichimoku clouds. Most beginners find the 5-line overlay and forward-backward shifting of data confusing and noisy. So, project identity, name is Cloud Compass, subtitle, a beginner's lens for Ichimoku analysis. Core technical requirements, referencing the project guidelines in the local Claude MD file for our existing tech stack and styling. Data source, use the FinHub API to fetch daily OHLC candlestick data. Math engine, calculate Tenkin Sen 9, Kiju Sen 26, Senku span A shifted plus 26, Senku span B shifted plus 26, and Chiku span shifted negative 26. UI focus, a high contrast candlestick chart with interactive hotspots. Users should be able to hover over the lines and clouds to see simplified beginner vibe explainer cards. So enter plan mode before you generate the full technical blueprint. Please interview me with 3 to 5 clarifying questions to ensure your proposed architecture solves the visual overload problem and integrates the strategy backtester effectively into our existing style. And one thing from that prompt that I see is essentially I want to use mock data until everything is built out. So I'm going to see if I should have that rewritten or if it'll automatically do it. So after reading that prompt, the one thing that am thinking about is I would like to use mock data first until everything is built out and then put in the API. Do you think I need to indicate that on this prompt? Okay, yeah, it says definitely indicate that telling Claude Code to use mock data first is a pro move for a live stream. Or just from what I understand, for pro developers, do it that way too. It'll be a lot faster to make it. Okay, so now they just basically same prompt as before, just added to use mock data first. All right. So here we go. You can see everything right here. Awesome. All right, so do you know, is there a way that I can talk to Claude Code like verbally and it will dictate what I'm saying? Don't think so, but I just wanted to double check. Just so much quicker and easier for me to talk. So Claude Code, the terminal tool, doesn't have a big microphone button built directly into the command line. I have 3 other ways to do this. Oh, both Mac and Windows have built-in dictation that works anywhere you can type. So for Windows, I just have to press Windows key plus H. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, so I've heard there's also apps for that too. I'm not sure what the difference is. Maybe some of the apps work better than just this like built-in dictation tool that I guess. So I'm gonna try the built-in one first. But it looks like it's asking me questions where I just like click a button. Okay. So the first question is for the mock story. For the mock data scenario, what story should the 100 plus days of data tell? A classic bullish breakout, price punches up through the cloud is the most teachable moment for beginners. Should I design it that way, or do you want a more complex narrative? I think, yeah, that is the best way. Um, okay, and already went on to the next one. For the explainer cards, what personality should the beginner vibe language have? This sets the tone for every tooltip and hotspot in the app. And it always looks like the top is always going to be the recommended one, like a friendly coach can do Gen Z, like that because they're using the vibe language. Concise analysis. Um, why not go with the recommended? Which charting library should we use for the candlestick chart and Ichimoku overlay? Lightweight charts, yep, that was the best. Recharts was really bad, especially for candlestick charts. I definitely don't want to manually do it, so that's easy. Should the hotspot explainer cards appear as hover tooltips on the chart itself, or a dedicated sidebar panel that updates as the user interacts with the chart elements? I like the hover tooltip on chart, and that's what's recommended too. All right, submit answers. Excellent choices. Now it's designing the implementation plan. All right, allow this bash command. Yup. So now it looks like it's essentially like doing what the terminal did just um, through this like different chat window, which yeah, is new for me. But I like the way it did the planning process in the fact that, you know, it gave me a recommended what it thinks would be like a best process. But something I thought it would do that it didn't do was like actually like, you know, have me use my voice to give it advice. It kind of just had me pick between different options. Um and now it's like that's interesting how it's kind of doing this like the same way it would do in the terminal, but just kind of a different layout. But yeah, this is something new. It's like it's all fresh again. So you know, I've always trying to keep moving forward in learning something new and trying something different. Um, something tells me this is going to create it a lot quicker, but it just might not be as much on line with my vision as when I do it step by step like I would usually do it. But that's what I'm trying to see. And usually I would just click enter, but now it's actually having me click to say yes. That's awesome. Yeah, someone in the chat's let me know that this is pretty much the industry standard now. Is I'm guessing he's saying like to do it through this chat box instead of like through the terminal way like I was doing it before. And yeah, I can totally see that because this is like, I think, more organized. And I also feel like for beginners this would be like easier to understand than to go through the terminal. And I've been like learning a lot about skills. Oh, Claude itself. Um, oh, instead of doing like all the planning, instead of like switching between the LLM, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So I'm seeing how it would make more sense to do some of the planning, like finding the name and like, you know, maybe doing that first part, like you even were saying, from the beginning with like Gemini. But you know, I can slowly like I'll do it like this way for this one. And then as long as this does everything right, I can just slowly try like adding steps through here that I would have been doing through Gemini or another LLM, and just slowly try to implement it to see, you know, what makes more sense to do through here and what makes more sense with the LLM. Awesome. Yeah, thanks for the help. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm hoping that, you know, everybody that's helping me in the comments, and I've gotten so much good advice that it's helping everybody else that's learning in the audience. So web search. Yeah, and I feel like this method of the Claude Code, like the, I guess you'd call it like the chat version. I think it's doing a little better of explaining to me step by step of what it's doing. It's like a slightly different format, but yeah, I feel like it's giving more detailed explanations, and it's not showing the code the same way as before, but at least it's showing like less code and it's showing more like explanations to what it's doing. And I can see, like, you know, before, I think what was going on was like if the code was highlighted in red, that kind of indicated that it ran into some problem, and then it would just tell me like, okay, we need to try something else. But here there's like either a red or a green light next to each step, and I can see like there was a red light under web search. So essentially like that's where it had a problem, and I'm like trying to understand. So some kind of chart issue with source code. And it's talking about like GitHub, so it must be like lightweight charts. It must be going through their GitHub. And I also want to start creating a GitHub earlier, especially now that I'm changing up my process so I can start saving it earlier. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to create a GitHub for this project while Claude is working. And it's definitely like working more than before. I can totally tell that when I'm having it doing this way, like um it must be just that it's doing more steps. So it's going to be interesting to see like what it comes up with compared to, you know, how I understand it, what it was doing with the process before. All right, so go into GitHub and new repository, repository name, Cloud Compass. Ichimoku Cloud Technical Indicator Tool for Beginner Investors. Create repository. So yeah, it's talking about on Claude the plan agent returned a thorough blueprint. Let me write the final plan file. So yeah, that's interesting. I thought it was like already starting to build the tool, but it could be that it was just essentially just doing the plan for right now. So that's cool. It's building out a 10-step build sequence. I'm gonna read this stuff. I want to definitely read. Wow, yeah, that's cool. So building a cloud compass, a beginner's lens for Ichimoku analysis. To solve the investor pain point of visual overload and analysis paralysis when using Ichimoku clouds. This is a new app in the 30-day finance app challenge series. Mock data first, FinHub API later. User decisions, clean bullish breakout mock data, friendly coach explainer tone, trading view, lightweight charts, hover tooltips on chart. Okay, so we got a file structure. Usually I would have it like directed to do that. It's gonna automatically do that. We got so this is gonna be cool to like compare it how it broke it up into steps to compare it how it broke it up into steps with Gemini. So the project bootstrap, just kind of telling it like to use Tailwind, um, and then install the chart. Do the layout text with like the fonts and the colors and stuff. Set up a global CSS. Create the page holder. The mock data instructions. So this is just going to be like, you know, making it look like it's real data. Like, but I like too here how it's doing mock data in a way that would be easier for, you know, beginners to show them like a breakout situation, like a buying situation. So yeah, this is going to be really good even for the stream too, because then I can like, you know, if any beginners are watching this that want to understand this, then like this is going to give them like the exact scenario where they would want to, that they would see, that they would know that this is like a buying scenario. Okay. Now I've got the step 3 is the math engine. This is really where like AI comes in, that you know you could get this information from like a technical indicator. Usually you'd have to pay to get this from a different site. And from this right here, it sounds like it doesn't need the API to import like the clouds onto the chart. Like it can just use this math to apply its own clouds onto the chart. So like this right here is like, you know, I'm having this tool for free right now for everybody. The tool I just did yesterday, that's now in the description. And then so next time I go live, I'll have this one in the description. But for right now, um yeah, you can just learn from me building the tool. So step 4, basic chart, candlesticks only. It's going to have it basically create the chart and verify that it renders correctly. Okay, so yeah, it's going to create the candlestick chart first. Then it's going to create the Ichimoku lines and cloud. Okay, then it's going to do the cloud legend and explainers. Then the signal card, which is the aha moment. So this is where like I wanted to do like a hover box type thing. Be interesting, but I know by now that like if it doesn't do certain things like this part exactly how I wanted it and planned it out with the LLM, then I have I've done this so many times now that I know like I can just like go change something like this later. Like I'm getting a lot better knowing what stuff to like be concerned about and focus on that it gets it right from the start, and what kind of stuff that I can not have to worry about if it gets it wrong from the start, and that's easy to go and change it later without having you know potential for problems. So got step 8, the search bar and the data hook. Number 9 is the crosshair tooltip. Okay, so here's the floating pop-up with current values. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what I was wondering. I just hadn't got there yet. And then step 10, polish and mobile. Okay, so like whereas like that's one main thing, whereas the Gemini broke this down into probably like 5 steps. Let's see, broke it down into 4 phases, with each phase having like kind of multiple steps. And this just broke it down into 10 different steps, and they have the key architectural designs, 2 overlapping area series for the cloud. This is simpler and more reliable than custom plugins. Yep, that makes sense. Hard-coded mock data. Ensures the bullish breakout signals align correctly. And this even makes me think that what I could do is like kind of have a toggle. So like at the top of the app, you could toggle between what the mock data could be for like a beginner to show them what a breakout looks like what a buying signal looks like, and then you could toggle back over to like the live mode. So I think that would be very valuable. Okay. The part about like looking into the future. So after each step, visually confirm the output. Yep, I definitely want to do that. So yeah, I'm gonna auto accept this. I didn't really see anything to manually approve. Well, it says yes and manually approve edits. So I'm wondering if I should be manually approving the edits. All right, so Claude Code just got done creating a plan for me. I think the plan mostly looks good. There's not really anything that I see that I would want to change for right now. Just stuff like small changes that I think I would want to change like after the main things are implemented. It's asking me in regards to accepting the plan, yes and auto accept, or yes and manually approve edits. So I'm just wondering like what does it mean if I click yes and manually approve edits? Is that going to like come back to me and ask me what I think after each step to have me make changes? And then if I yes and auto accept, then it's just going to build out the whole thing. And then if I want to make changes, I need to do it like after everything is built. Yep, auto. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, and Gemini is saying that too. Yes, and manually approve is recommended. Then Claude will write one file or one chunk of code, stop, show me exactly what it changed, and then ask, should I apply these changes? Um, and if I do the auto accept, the pro to it is it feels like magic in 60 seconds. A whole app folder structure, math engine, and UI components just appear out of nowhere. But if Claude hallucinates a library or misses a detail in like one of the steps, it might be built on a broken foundation and I'll have to spend 10 minutes debugging later. So like auto is a speed run, more potential for problems, and manual is slower, but that way I can explain the code as it appears. So like I hear you, yeah, do the auto, but I think for this time, since this is my first time doing this, I'm gonna manually approve so I have a better idea of what's going on. So after each step, visually confirm the output. Broke it down into steps. So too, I'm wondering about when I'm doing it for pushing to GitHub. So I'm gonna ask Gemini while it's doing it, while it's working. So also I'm wondering about like pushing to GitHub. Usually I would wanna, push after like making like, a critical change, especially before I make another change that might potentially cause issues. So for professional workflow, if they're doing Claude Code and having it just like create the whole project like this, how are people handling pushing to GitHub and then like implementing like saves throughout the process? Also, I heard that there's a way that you can just like instead of like going back to GitHub for the saves, you can like kind of like rewind on Claude Code and then go back to certain parts maybe before an error happened. Let me know what are my options. But yeah, I definitely like how I'd say the main thing I like about this new like not only not using the terminal, using this thing, but doing the plan mode first is its better explanations and kind of cleaner list of what's going on. Um and I feel more comfortable like doing it like step by step like this, but I think after like one or two times doing it like this and understanding it, then I'll feel much more comfortable putting it in auto. But for right now, like I think this is good for the stream too, because as a beginner, it's going to be teaching other beginners kind of like step by step what's going on, and then they can see this, and then if they want to go straight to auto, this will give them like a better understanding of everything that's going on. But yeah, I feel like I've made a major upgrade. Um, so you're saying type git init into Claude, and I'm thinking like just do that after like certain parts. I'll find out if it's like giving me the opportunity to like check out what it made, and then I'll do it. I'm just wondering, but I guess I'll figure that out as it goes. Um, so yeah, allow this command. Yup. And Gemini is saying in a professional Claude Code workflow, you actually have two different layers of safety nets. One is for long-term project history, GitHub, and the other is for short-term undoing of AI mistakes, checkpointing, And I can see it's building the file structure. That's cool. So here's how the pros handle it. The GitHub checkpoint strategy. All right. So when I'm using an AI that can write 500 lines of code in 10 seconds, the manual commit habit needs to change. Most pros don't push to GitHub during the initial build out of a single feature. Instead, they let Claude finish a logical chunk. For example, like phase one, the math engine. And then, okay, so it's saying like it should stop after it finishes like a certain part. And hopefully then I can like go check it on the local server. So yeah, I just put in that command to like what you're saying. Oh, I see. It will create the git ignore files, ask for the repo. I'll give it and then it does the thing. So yeah, I just got to give it the URL from the repo that I just created for this project. And I can do commits along the way and only push it in batches. Okay, so yeah, that's basically, I wanted to stick to the kind of like the process I was doing before, and that sounds like that's it. Um, See, it's like showing a bunch of different like folders of code it's creating essentially behind this stuff, and yeah, it sounds like with basically like the first uh, commit and push to GitHub, I just need to give it the URL from the repository to match with this project. All right. So yeah, this is cool, and I feel like if I had um, started out in this journey of building apps by doing it this way, I probably would have built the apps quicker, but they would have been a lot less like aligned with my vision, and I would have had a lot less of an understanding of like how it's working and like the correct steps to take. So yeah, I feel like I'm just evolving as a vibe coder, and I remember like even my first video where I was like mostly using cursor and just thinking if I were to like yeah, like I don't even see myself using cursor anymore. I don't need to, like, just evolving past this stuff and always getting better and always trying to upgrade the process. But yeah, I really like how this is like a step up from using the terminal. And I'm thinking that when it comes to bigger projects, like once I really had this down and I understand it right from the start, like the guy in the comments was saying, I could just automatically do this and just like walk away, like get a project started up every day. Um, just make sure I verify all the steps, and like I totally understand now. Like if I were to read these steps of what it was doing just like 2 weeks ago when I started this challenge, like I would have been totally lost. I would have been like it's almost like it's in a different language. But because I've been like manually doing this step by step and reading all the different like things it does in the process and running into problems and going and learning how to fix those problems, it's getting to the point where I'm like understanding, I'd say a good, like more than half of everything that's going on, and it's getting better every day for understanding what the different steps are that it's doing. Verify mock data loads correctly and count the candles. Yeah, so man, like I'm getting to see like the parts where like how I'm getting to be like more experienced, and like when I was first watching other people do this process that were experienced, like they were just doing it in like a really quick way that they're skipping over so much that I had no idea what was going on. And another thing I want to start implementing once I get this all like understood is I guess I can like have different agents doing different things. So like I can split the project up into different agents, and for what I understand, like that would be way better when I like get to bigger projects, because um there's like a context window, I guess, with Claude, and it only remembers a certain amount. And I noticed before it was automatically like compacting the conversation at certain points. But if I give it more agents that can go and do certain things, then that would, each agent essentially, from what I understand, would have their own context window. So it just make it remember everything easier. And I see another suggestion. So I could even install GitHub CLI and set up tokens and have Claude create the repo. Yeah, I mean, like I guess like that only it only takes like, 10 seconds to create the repo, but why not? Why not just do that so I can I gotta take that note down. Like make everything easier. Just like automate. That's the name of the channel, Automate and Innovate. So yeah, respect to that. Like, man, this guy is like super helpful. Um yeah, karma's real, so I'm sure other people will come out of nowhere and help you in some way for helping me. So yeah, give thanks. So yeah, let's see. I got to take a note of that to install GitHub CLI and set up tokens so Claude can create the repo. Allow reading from trend chart. Yep. Okay, so yeah, it's already like on step 4. Um which I would think after step 4 is essentially where like where I think it would make sense to check the local server to see what the chart looks like. And like usually I would have done that before I continued, but it um doesn't seem like it's, stopping to and it's not like telling me like, okay, like before what it would be like when I would do it through the terminal, it would essentially say after created a step where there'd be something like some visual thing to check out. It'd be like, okay, now go check the local URL, and then usually it asks to give it a screenshot so it could like double check. But it's not doing that so far. So like right now I just noticed like it came to a problem, like an API has changed. The v5 API changed. Let's check the correct import pattern. And this must be something to do with, yeah, the candlestick chart. And this is usually where they get the chart from TradingView. So maybe TradingView just changed something. And another thing that I think it sounds like is possible is like, so since I'm like putting all these, I'm structuring the folder how a professional would structure it. So I have like a dev folder and then an apps folder and then a folder just for like the finance apps inside of that. So essentially it sounds like what I could do is like, I could have Claude go through and like run through all the apps in that folder and just do like a check. Um, make sure everything's working right, make sure like nothing's changed with any of the API info, stuff like that. But from what it sounds like, to do something like that, that might be better to have GPT codecs um do something like that. That would be a good like I think kind of test case for using codecs. Yeah, yeah, I think I want to start building stuff that's more interactive too. So thinking maybe like for the next project do some kind of like beginner like paper trading tutorial. Essentially like paper trading is like where you're using like fake money. And I remember there was an app, I don't think it's even live anymore, but there was an app essentially where I did a video on it a long time ago, and essentially like it was like paper trading like competition, and it was on a monthly system where like anybody could just sign up. They give you like a certain amount of like fake money, and then you would buy stocks, fake buy stocks, and it would get like a point system based on what you bought, how much it went up, and how much you bought of it. And essentially I won that thing like, well, I got like I was in the money maybe like two or three times, like, and this was when I'd only been investing for like a couple of years at this point. I was like what I would say still like very new to investing, but yeah, I won like second place one month I believe, and I got like $100 or something stupid, and then a couple other months I got like maybe within the top 10 and got like $50 or something like that. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm guessing that app isn't there anymore because just like the cost of paying out the winner is probably, well, who knows. But anyway, yeah, I would want to do, I'm like using that as inspiration is basically what I'm trying to say. So create some kind of like paper trading thing that's meant for beginners, and like a more interactive app, more complicated, especially now I'm seeing like I can just like do this kind of planning process and like build everything so much quicker. Like, why not like up the stakes and build more complex stuff and run into more complex problems and then learn quicker and get to the ultimate goal of automating this entire business and have it run on the cloud, so it's just like making money on its own, and I can just instead of focusing on like doing the different tasks within the business, yeah, I would do that, and I can just focus on running it and being the CEO. So yeah, like so much of this is so awesome that it just keeps me motivated as far as from like understanding business and understanding before this kind of tool existed, like all the different areas of business, and being like running a business as one person, all the work I have to do in each area, and knowing now what's possible, um that I can automate, and that's just such a huge like motivation to learn this stuff for me. Not only building cool stuff, I mean that's awesome too. Like I like building stuff, and I don't exactly have like like the skills to go and like build a house or anything like that. So like this is like the next best thing, and Yeah, looks like I'm already on step 8. So this is going to be super interesting. Uh, oh yeah, and there is like a rewind feature apparently. So going back to like, GitHub versus the rewind on Claude Code. So like GitHub is going to be saved on GitHub each time I update it. But Claude Code also has a rewind feature. It's like a built-in snapshot system that is separate from GitHub. And you can click like undo command if Claude just generated a component that broke the styling. And that will roll back the file changes it just made. There's a compact strategy, and this is when the memory gets cluttered. So like if you finish a major step, it's good to compact automatically or compact manually instead of waiting for it to do automatically, because that could be like, that makes sense to compact it after major steps. Okay. So that each time I compact, it's going to save the state of the progress and clear the chat history so the AI stays fast and focused. And there is a manual revert if I hit a massive error and undo isn't enough /undo command, because that'll just go back to the last step. I can use git locally to wipe away everything Claude just did and start that step over. So essentially the LLM is saying for the undo action, do it when Claude made a small logic or UI error. Checkpoint is when I finish a phase of the plan. That's when I should run it to GitHub. And then there's a panic button. If everything is broken and I just want to start a step over, then do the git reset -- hard. So that's like a hard reset with GitHub, it looks like. Yeah, so all right, so with this build, Claude broke everything up into 10 steps. It's already on step 9, and it has not been, as far as I can see, asking me, to stop and check anything out on the local server like it usually does. And it's not giving me prompts to ask if I want to push anything to GitHub. I haven't pushed anything yet. Somebody in the comments was helpful and let me know that I could even like set up GitHub, or I can install a GitHub CLI and set up tokens to have Claude create the repo every time instead of me manually doing it. So I'm wondering what you think, like if I could do that, and then just like, would that be where I would just give it that instruction included in like the initial prompt that I give it, and I could also tell it to like manually, or I mean automatically go in and push things to GitHub after like major steps on the build. Let me know what you think. So the short answer, yes, I should absolutely do this. Using GitHub CLI with Claude Code is the pro way to handle streams, because it automates the boring stuff, creating repos, pushing code, while I focus on the logic. So here's how I could set this up and how it changes the workflow. To make this work, I need two things: the GitHub CLI installed and a personal access token, PAT. So I could install and log in run the GitHub auth login in the terminal, follow the prompts to authenticate via the browser. And then if I'm on a remote server or want maximum automation, I can generate a PAT, that personal access token, on GitHub with repo permissions and set it as an environment variable. So basically the instructions for that would be, so I could just basically have a prompt that says, I have GitHub CLI installed. After completing each major phase of our plan, automatically run git add and git commit and git push. If the repo doesn't exist yet, use gh repo create to initialize it. That's awesome. So then I have 3 levels of undo when I work this way. There is the undo command. This is Claude's built-in oops button. Use this if Claude just wrote a single file that looks wrong. The compact strategy. Claude's memory is like a quick save in a video game. If I finish a step and everything works, type /compact. This clears the clutter and keeps Claude sharp for the next step. And there's a GitHub time machine. If Claude goes down a rabbit hole and breaks everything at step 9, I can just run git reset. This teleports the code back to exactly where it was at step 8. Okay. So for the rest of this build, Gemini is recommending I complete a step, let Claude finish, ask Claude, run the dev server and show me a screenshot confirmation that the Ichimoku math is correct. But I'd rather do that myself. Checkpoint, tell Claude, this looks great, commit these changes and commit these changes as phase, whatever number phase would match. Okay. 14 files created. Looks like it's done. Build is complete. Wow. We're gonna see. This is like, man, that puts a smile on my face. Like all the stuff I was doing before, and it made sense to do it that way then, but now I'm like, I can tell I'm like, okay, I'm ready to up my game and like see what's possible with see if I can make this process easier. And as long as this all works, like I feel like I just did that. Yeah, today is really like a breakthrough. Like, man, it's so good to just like as much as like I wanted to like do it yesterday and come on and go live, I'm like, no, I should take at least one day off a week because I know how important it is to you can just kind of get in like your vision gets narrow when you like just keep working on one thing for a long time and you don't take a break and step back and like get your mind on other things. So that's what I did yesterday. And it just like gave me a fresh outlook, like thinking of what can I do to really step back and reassess. Like what can I do to really like upgrade and evolve. All right. So we got the core engine, the UI components, chart and the candlesticks, the aha moment card, expandable legend with color swatches and coach explainers, floating crosshair tooltip with the OHLC, which is like the candlestick data points, all 5 indicator values and contextual hint, persistent ticker search. Phase 1 is the demo data. So yeah, that's right. I didn't give it Oh, okay. So I see how it's breaking it down into phases. So it's doing all this as phase one, and that's the demo data, the mock data. Then then after that it's gonna do a phase two where I implement the API key. Starts on localhost 3000. So yeah, here we go. We're gonna check it out what it's done. It's gonna be cool. Huh. Refuse to connect. So all right, so Claude just told me that it was done and that I should check the local host at the following address URL, which I'm gonna paste here, and it says this site can't be reached. But I think maybe what the problem is it just didn't give me the full URL like it usually does. So I'll paste what it gave me, and you let me know what you think the problem is. So yeah, I'm just talking to Gemini. I think that usually Claude Code gave me a more detailed URL, but it might be something else, and I'm gonna have Gemini try to figure that out. So this is the most common day one bug in web development. It almost always means the code is written, but the server isn't actually turned on in the background. When Claude says done, it usually means it finished writing the files, but it might have accidentally closed the process that actually runs the app. So check the terminal, look at the Claude Code terminal. Do I see a message that says something like ready started server on HTTP local 3000? So I'll go back to Claude Code and I'm gonna copy and paste what it actually says. Yes, try clicking the link because it didn't add the HTTP. Just tell Claude I get error connection refused. Awesome. Cool. So yeah, it's like basically what Gemini's telling me is to just do the run npm run dev, and this will tell Claude to manually kickstart the development engine. But I think this is kind of also what it's doing by the prompt or the instructions that I just got from the comments. So the dev server is running and ready, and see now it's giving me what you call it, more information added, like the full URL. Awesome, thank you. So here we go. Here's what is going to let me know how well this process works. Wow. So yeah, like I can see right away a few things I want to change with like the layout. But for the most part, like a lot of the problems I had in the past where it would like mess up the chart at first and I'd have to spend a lot of time um getting a chart that looked right. I mean, this did the chart like on point from what I understand with the clouds. Um the only thing I would say is like maybe I'd want to show more data because it's not like showing the complete clouds, so that looks kind of strange. And I think if I showed like a larger like time frame of data that these clouds, because like it's only showing like a part of the clouds, and I think that could be kind of confusing. Um, but yeah, I mean these are like small changes I think I could make easily. So, anyways, like I'm just scrolling through and I see like originally what I thought it was gonna do was like uh have it so like as I scrolled over like the green cloud right here, it would just show me like the green cloud information. And if I scrolled over the red cloud, it would just show me that, or like these lines, it would just show me that. But essentially, what it's showing is like I'm scrolling over and it's reading all the information for like that specific date. So, like, can see these are each daily candlesticks chart. So each one of these candlesticks is a 1 day of time. And as I scroll across, it's like automatically doing it day by day. And like right here, once this like this purple line stops showing up, if I scroll over that time frame, it's not going to include that information. So yeah, this is kind of like more detailed than I originally thought, but I mean it does everything I wanted it to do. Um and I like how it's color coded that it aligns with like the different color coded lines and clouds. Wow, yeah, this is awesome. This did so far pretty much everything I wanted it to do. The chart legend, whatever. Yep, I can just click on these. Just did like the education part automatically. I'm gonna see how good it is, I think. Yeah, so looking at my system, like there's gonna be some updating now. Make the system easier. So yeah, I did all these things, the plan, the steps, the new folder. Um, so the Claude MD, I think that step I can condense into this to make the plan quicker. It created the file structure automatically, so that's like part of this. Build with mock data. I did that. Now, yeah, test and save. So I tested it, and I can do the first push to GitHub right now. After I'm finished checking out, just gonna check out all these cards to make sure they're good, and then I think I'm ready for the first push. Yeah, making so much progress today. All right. Man, just I feel like it's so awesome to be like early on this new trend. Vibe coding is like my new friend, and yeah, I mean, wow, I never would have thought of like I really like thought this was awesome when I learned the concept of it, but now I'm like seeing like so much potential in building bigger things now too. And yeah, like as far as like going on YouTube and seeing where other people are, like I can tell like I'm really starting to catch up to like, the more of the expert side. Like I feel like I'm kind of right in the middle, whereas before like most of the stuff on YouTube I think is created for people that are already professional developers and them like already knowing developing and just switching to using Claude Code. It's very difficult to find like beginner stuff for that, but yeah, now like I feel like I'm over the beginner phase, and I'm just starting to like break into really understanding this and getting to like more of like professional phase for this, especially seeing like how this worked, looking like almost perfect, if not perfect, the first time I tried it. and just seeing like all the ways I can make this process so much simpler. Anyway, so I'm just reading these the chart legends to make sure I agree with what they're saying. So like the blue line is the quick pulse. Think of this as the stocks pulse. It's like a moving average line basically. So it's showing like the trend is above that, both lines really. Trend's backbone. One thing I see is like I should add the actual terminology for these lines, not just like the beginner explanation. The midpoint of the last 26 days. So it would be like the longer moving average basically moves slower than the conversion line. So when price is above it, the medium term trend is potentially bullish. The cloud's optimist. This line is the average of the conversion and baselines projected 26 days in the future. So this line is like how they make the cloud. It forms one edge of the cloud. When it's above leading span B, the cloud appears green. And then the red cloud, the midpoint of the last 52 days. It's also projected ahead. Forms the other edge of the cloud because it uses a longer look back. So yeah, I would want to add too like what it means when the clouds are like overlapping like that, I think. The purple line is today's close plotted 26 days in the past. This is, I think, the most confusing part right here for the research I did for beginner's pain point. It's basically a rear view mirror. When it's above the price from 26 days ago, it suggests the current trend is likely stronger than what came before. So yeah, scrolling up. Okay. So yeah, I'm just seeing like things I'd want to change, even though I want to get the chart first right before I change this stuff. Or it's more like add stuff now. Because like it's saying when it's above the price from 26 days ago, but right now it's like actually right in line. It's like right on the same price of 26 days ago. So that's interesting. Then the decision zone, shaded area between the two leading spans. I don't see where this is. The cloud is the shaded zone between leading span A and B, where price is above. Oh, it's just like empty space, they're saying. Okay. Price is above the cloud, the trend is potentially bullish. When below, it's bearish. When inside the cloud, the market is undecided. Okay. So essentially, if you were looking at this as a buyer and you wanted to buy like as a beginner, you can see how like basically these prices kind of bounce off this line each time, and it's in a stronger trend. So you would know like right now the price is up here. If you think that this trend is going to continue, and the information from this chart is showing you that it's bullish and it's more likely to keep going in this trend. Right now it's like at the top of this candle, the price is. So like I would wait and watch this up until the daily candle most likely will go back down and bounce, and then buy it when it's actually like hitting this line. So I would want to add that for information. So I want to add stuff, want to do a back testing, and I want to possibly make this chart like more. What is this, a year? No, not even. This is only from June of 25 until today, so not even a year. So I think, yeah, okay. All right. So everything looks good so far, so I definitely want to push it to GitHub right now. Um, so I'm just going to copy and paste the URL from GitHub. All right, for the most part, structurally, this looks good. And there's just some small changes that I'm thinking I would want to make. But essentially, the first thing I want to do is to push this to GitHub. I just created the new repository, and I'm going to paste here the URL that it gave me. So I want you to create a prompt that I can give to Claude Code so that it can automatically push this to GitHub. And it's saying because I have the CLI installed, I don't think I do. Okay, so you're saying that because I have the GitHub CLI installed, I don't remember doing that manually. Maybe it automatically did it in some way, but yeah, I just wanted to clarify that I don't remember installing the CLI. I was just talking to you about it earlier, and I just wanted to make sure that the prompt you gave me is correct if I actually don't have the CLI installed, which I didn't manually do, so I don't know if it did it. Yeah, I really like this too. Um, it's like explainer on the top. Essentially, like that's how I had it set up for the mock data, was to make it so it looked like, a winning, or not a winning trade, but like likely bullish, so that it's like a scenario that you'd want to consider buying, and it lists like each different part. Looks like what do you call it? Gemini's kind of froze up on me. So I'm going to re-give it that prompt and see why it's taking so long. Yeah, they're saying that's a good catch. If I don't remember installing it, it's very likely not on the machine yet. Claude Code does not come with the CLI pre-installed. It's a separate tool that Claude simply knows how to use if it finds it. However, Claude Code is smart enough to install things if I give it permission. Oh, so Claude Code can even go and install this for me. That's awesome. So it's saying before I do a big push prompt, I can type GH version into the Claude terminal. And if it shows a version number, I'm good. If it says command not found, then I don't have it installed yet. All right. So I can try that. Essentially, Yep, they're saying it looks like you want to check if the GitHub CLI is installed. Let me run that for you. And it's not installed on the system. If I want to install it, it's giving me a prompt. Okay. I just want to understand this better. Okay, so essentially Claude Code is telling me that it's not installed, and it's giving me what looks like a prompt that I will copy and paste here. So I want to know, is this something that I could still do now, or I should still do now, even though the process has already been started, or is this something that I would want to? It would make more sense to do at the beginning of a project, and that I should just do it how I normally did without the CLI, and just plan on doing the CLI for the beginning of the next project. Let me know what you think. I'm at a classic Dev Pro fork in the road because the project is already step 9 of 10. Do not install the CLI midstream. I should wait because context break, Claude Code is currently in the zone. If I stop to install a system level tool, log into a browser, and authenticate, I might break the current session's flow or timing. Claude might hit a permission denied error trying to run winget, which often needs admin rights while it's busy trying to write React components. I already have the GitHub URL. It takes 20 seconds to do it manually, and it's 100% guaranteed. Okay, yeah, so I'll just wait on the CLI till the next project. So I'm going to tell it I'll handle the CLI next time. For now, please just initialize locally, and I'm going to give it the remote URL, commit everything as initial Cloud Compass build, and push to the main branch. Awesome. Yeah. If you're, yeah, I'm just doing this because my shoulder is injured and I have to like keep movement so it doesn't freeze up. Man, I have not had an injury. I mean, it could have been way worse, but yeah, it's been a while. I forgot how much it sucks to be injured and not be able to do the things I like doing, and like my back is like starting to get a little bit weak. I'm like, man, I just want to get back to normal so I can start climbing and snowboarding again. But I'm definitely getting there. Yo, how does it go? Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, essentially, I am building a beginner investor tool app for Ichimoku clouds. So basically, doing a process different today. I started using the Claude Code plan process, and I like how it's definitely like shortened my process. Um, Before I was building it like one step at a time, and I felt like I started to get that down to where I understood exactly what it was doing. So I'm like, okay, I'm ready to like, speed this process up and like see what's possible. So I did the plan mode and had it plan out the whole process. And yeah, I'm really surprised and impressed by everything that is done. So I should, I'm getting a comment that I should definitely check out Dr. Vibe if I'm stretching like that. No doubt. I'll check that out for sure. Um, so yeah, it looks like we pushed to the GitHub repo. I'm gonna double check that. So I just gotta refresh and see that the files are in GitHub, and yeah, they are. Awesome. So yeah, let's see what Dr. Vibe is real quick. I mean, Vibe is in the name. It's got to be on the Vibe show, Dr. Vibe show, the morning Vibe. Um, Vibe coding for healthcare providers. Okay, that's cool. AI assisted development for healthcare. It's a podcast where we discuss, debate, and share, sometimes laugh about various subjects from a black man point of view. Home of epic conversations. And Quad too also streams. So I'm gonna take notes for both of these so I can check them out later. Dr. Vibe and Quad. For real awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna get the snow skate. I'll show you guys yeah, so this is how I messed up my shoulder. This thing right here. So essentially like it's like a snowboard. But yeah, it's called a snow skate. And this is like the original version. Like the ski is like shorter than the actual board, or about the same length. The newer ones they make, the ski is longer, so it's like easier to keep in control. But yeah, I'm not in the mountains right now. Otherwise, I would be snowboarding. So I mean, I used to ride this in the mountains in like slush, like the spring snow. But this thing is like super dangerous and super difficult. And yeah, I just took a weird fall, and my arm was like in a weird kind of like reached out when I was falling, and I just happened to like slide on my chest and like turn the wrong way. But anyways, yeah, that's just part of the game. But I love this thing, man. Like, if you ever tried a snow skate before, if you haven't, I would definitely recommend at least trying it. Um, just be careful. But yeah, I just threw that in there. Anyways, let's see. But yeah, it's good to see that everybody is so helpful in the comments and offering suggestions. And essentially this one guy is saying he vibe codes for 16 hours a day on the weekends, and trying to find other streamers to watch. Yeah, I mean, this is awesome. I think there's so many good aspects about the streaming part of this. So I mean, I would say, man, just get started. um just try it out. Just the fact that, like, so many things I never would have considered when I started this was that so many people would be so helpful in the comments. There's definitely a lot of people that are, I would say it's weighted more like probably 70% of the people are helpful, maybe 30% of the people just seem to try to like discourage me, especially like they watch and they see like when I get stuck on some problem. And as soon as I start to get maybe even a little bit frustrated, then they usually show up and start saying like, I don't know what I'm doing, but they don't really understand that like I've had so much like people discourage me in my life that it motivates me. So yeah, anyways, that's that. And getting back to what I was doing with the process, the push is done. So it looks like for the next step, basically what I'm gonna do is see whether I should like be fixing this chart now, which I think I should do, or wait till it's all done. All right, so the main thing I see that I wanted to change from this first step is that the chart, I think it's not showing enough data because it's only showing like a partial, view of the clouds. And I think if there were more data, it could show like the whole entire cloud. And I think that would be much better for beginners. But I just don't want to show too much data that it makes the candlestick chart really small and difficult to read. So right now I've got I think from June of last year till right now, which is I don't know if that's maybe like, some like 6 months of data. So I'm thinking of like trying like a year. So just essentially assume that I want to change the chart to like a year view of data and increase the data that they have right now. Do you think it would be better for me to tell you to create a prompt to give to Claude Code, or is this something I could just speak into Claude Code and then have it do this? Let me know what you think. Okay, so the 30 finance apps and not roam the industries. Basically the reason I'm doing this is because I didn't even plan it like this. I started doing like a different app that I had an idea from a long time ago that was more for like people to find like locations in a city. And I was like, okay, well, this is cool, but I want to try finance. I understand the finance better. So what I did was like I did the first finance app and then I got ideas and I was like, I'm gonna try at least like five of these. And now I realize like there's so much like different APIs. So the main reason I'm sticking with finance right now is because I'm trying out like all the different APIs and like they all have like different things that they do better or worse. And I've started to realize that like when I just stick with finance apps, it's like helping me to understand different areas of building finance apps. So essentially like when I do get to the point where like I whatever I do, whether it's like link all these apps together or kind of like make like, a site, when I do get to use a paid API, I've gone through and tried all the different APIs. Essentially I feel like it's teaching me more about like just the finance side of it. So yeah, what I'm trying to do is like build these out and then I want to focus more probably on like using Claude Code to automate and run the actual business based on like where I see the most use cases are in the different apps that I build. So another good thing to that is because I'm doing 30 finance apps and I've got tracking or analytics installed on all of them, then I can get a better idea of like which apps people like more and that'll give me more data essentially into what kind of like overall product that I want to build based on using these finance apps as kind of like test data, I guess. So yeah, there's a few different reasons, and I didn't even plan it like that, but I'm sure there's also other benefits to just doing like different apps in different areas. But for right now, like I totally want to understand this whole like finance thing. And another thing I want to do in the future too is create, or at least try to create, some kind of like trading. I guess you'd call it a bot. So like if I can like link some of these tools together, link my favorite tools together, and I could do like different trading strategies with different tools to create different trading bots and just go from there and see like kind of where that leads to. But I'm seeing a lot of different potential, and I understand finance better, so like I know when it's like making a mistake more than say like an area that I'm not so familiar with. Okay, so I remember I can just talk to Claude, but I have to. Okay, but back to where I'm trying to improve the chart. So they're saying, yeah, I should do 1 year view. If I only show 6 months, the cloud looks stubby because it's still reacting to very recent data. 1 year allows the cloud to smooth out. So since I'm in the flow of the build, speaking to Claude Code is much faster for a tweak like this. I don't need a formal architecture prompt for a data range change. Awesome. Okay. So this even helps that they're giving me like a prompt that I can just speak in there. And I forgot to speak. I have to like hit a code. Oh, what was that code that you said that I had to type in to be able to speak into Claude? Oh, I see that quad is just like a lot of times when I say Claude, it dictates back as quad. That makes sense. So Windows key plus H. And there's also a new way for 2026. Let me use the phone's microphone to control the desktop terminal. Yeah, I don't need to do all that yet. That's like a step for later. Okay, so Windows key plus H, and then I can just talk and tell it. Hey Claude, let's update the mock data and the view chart. Oh, it looks like I still have to click. Hey Claude, let's update the mock data and the chart view. I want to see a one. Oh, okay. I can't click onto another window or it'll stop. All right. The mock data and the chart view. I want to see 1 full year of daily data instead of just 6 months. This will give the Ichimoku cloud more room to breathe. Also, ensure the chart's initial zoom is set so the candles are still readable, but we can see the entire cloud projection on the right. That looks right. Be right back. Weird. Yeah, it's saying that expand the mock data to 252 trading days, one full year. Oh, okay. Yeah, because 365 days in a year, but it's actually because the weekends it's the market's closed, so that makes sense. At first I was like, yeah, that's not a year, but no, that is a year. That's a trading year. Awesome. Yeah, I'm getting this down. Like it's so awesome now to like take this next step and improve what I'm doing. And just looking back at the oh, I see another question too. Am I using the built-in Windows speech to text? Um I think that's what that was. It was essentially like the Windows key plus H. So I'm guessing because I hit that Windows key, that's what that was. And then like a little box popped up. And I've also been, I remember someone in the past recommended I use this like whisper flow, I think it was called. That whisper flow. So he's saying, yeah, that Control H or like Windows H. I think they were saying Control H is for Mac and then like Windows H is for Windows. But yeah, that's how I can just like do the that's like the Windows where it automatically does the speech. So I'm wondering why there's these extra tools that people build that you can talk to this when you can just automatically do it through the Windows. Like what would be the point? And I'm seeing too there's a oh, that's cool. I don't remember this before. It's showing like how much I've used for the context window before it's going to compact. That's cool. Um, or Vibe to text or BridgeMind has one. Do I have one quad? Uh, basically, no. The only one that I have is the one that like I'm just using, and like that should be the Windows one. So yeah, basically, I'm gonna ask Gemini what it thinks. Okay, Gemini. So I've heard that there's different options as far as like being able to talk to Claude Code. And there's like one called like Bridge Mind, and there's another one called like Whisper Flow, I think. But essentially, I'm wondering like what's the difference between like just typing in that Windows plus H to get the dictating feature going versus like some of the other tools that people built to be able to just talk to Claude Code. All right. The difference really comes down to voice to text versus agentic AI control. Using Windows plus H is like using a keyboard with your mouth. Tools like Whisperflow and BridgeMind are giving Claude a set of ears. Here's the breakdown why developers on stream are moving towards the specialized tools. So simple dictation, like what I'm doing, like the Windows plus H or the other version for Mac. So then your computer listens to your voice and types exactly what you say into the terminal. The problem here is it doesn't understand code context. So if I say add a use effect hook, it might type add a use effect hook with spaces, which can confuse the terminal. Okay, it's great for short sentences, but it's dumb. It doesn't know I'm talking to an AI. So the pro tools like Whisperflow and BridgeMind, which are MCPs, uh, model context protocol servers, they don't just type, they process the intent. Okay. So like the accuracy with Windows plus H is not as good as like a Whisperflow or a BridgeMind. And in the comments I'm seeing, it's not even about referencing files. It's really about the ease of using the app and reliability. Okay, so I'm seeing the reliability. I'm just not understanding like the ease of using the app part. So code awareness, there's none with the Windows plus H, and with the other tools it understands like camel case, snake case, and syntax. Okay, and this is like teaching me a lot because I'm not even like I can tell this is like an area I need to upgrade to like understand these things and how to use them for speaking to the to Claude or whatever model I'm using. So like looking at the last time I transcribed, it took me like 3 to 5 times to actually get it right. Yep, because then I had even like when I was clicked on it, I like wanted to click on to another window to like see the what I was trying to say, and just clicking on that like stopped it from speaking. Okay. And with the tools, it's always on, or it's like wake word activated. Although that might be kind of a challenge if I'm talking on stream, that I won't want it to activate sometimes if I'm just like talking about what I'm doing. Yeah, I hear you that you don't type anything anymore. It's a waste of time. Yeah, I'm getting there. Definitely like I still see where the dictation like makes mistakes and I have to go back and type it, but yeah, when I was just talking to LLMs, like once I switched over to speaking, just like my whole workflow got so much quicker. I'm feeling like in a couple years, like no one will even be like typing. Like we won't even like really need keyboards anymore. Like all this stuff, like people used to have to learn how to code, people used to have to learn how to like type on a keyboard, and all these things are gonna be like obsolete, I feel like. And it's good to be like ahead of the curve. So anyways, with the Windows version, it only types. But with the like Whisperflow and BridgeMind, it can talk back to me to confirm the plan. Okay. And for multitasking, the Windows version only works in the active window. So that's why I would have, when I clicked onto the other window, then it would have just like cut off the speaking into Claude. Okay. And with those tools, it can stay active while I move between the browser and VS Code. So that right there lets me know that it's time to upgrade into these tools. So I'm gonna take a note of that. Yeah, process getting better every day, and I feel like today is like had been like the most improvements to my entire process of like any day so far. Just making this one change like opened up so many new doors. So looks like this is done, so I can check the updated chart. Yep, that is definitely updated. Still not showing like the whole cloud, but that's better. Um yeah, it's definitely better. I can see where it's like gone through the cloud in the past. Yeah, so like all these lines adding up, like before there's like different indicators. Like first it hit this purple line. So that was like the real first like, indicator that like the trend is probably about to end. Can see like all these green days in a row. And then as soon as it hit this purple line, that was like the first like red day. And that's what kind of started to slow it down. So like it's like telling a story. And essentially like usually what happens is like traders see this, and then people that are looking at this are like, okay, this is like a sign to get out. So it went up a little bit more, but then it really started to level out. And as soon as it started going down in between these lines, then that would have been like a huge sign, like, okay, so then that caused these lines to cross. That's even bigger sign. And then it broke through this cloud, even bigger. But essentially, like, yeah, you can see that. And then it like didn't really turn around until it got back on top of this like blue line. And really the like main signal to know when to buy would have been when it like broke out, like from getting like on top of both lines and breaking out of the clouds. So that would have been like the main buy signal right here, I think. So yeah, this helps a lot more to give that extra time frame. All right. So that was the main thing I wanted to change with that part. Let's see. Going back to so yeah, respect yeah, you have a good one too. I appreciate the info every time, and yeah, this journey's awesome. It's only getting better. Respect to everybody who's helping along the way, and here we go. I see this is kind of like part two of the build right now. Like it built it. Now I'm like just like kind of fixing everything up and gonna get the API keys in, I think. So and I totally see like I'm just like I was about to like go to Gemini like I usually would to ask it about like what I should do with the API key, but I think I'm just gonna try that with Claude and see what it says. Okay, so everything looks good so far, I think, for what's been built. Essentially, I'm wondering, what do you think is the next step? So they're saying basically FinHub API integration. They're giving me like a list of like possible next steps. FinHub API integration. That was what I would have thought it would have been. Replace the mock data or visual prompt on the cloud rendering. Right now, the cloud uses two overlapping area series which fill down to zero rather than filling only between the two span lines. On a real chart, this looks decent, but it isn't a true fill between cloud. We could improve this with a custom series plugin or by clipping the fills. More interactive coaching, add annotations or markers on the chart at key moments. Yeah, that's both of those are good ideas. Wow. Yup. Something tells me I'm going to be using the LLMs in Gemini way less and more of this. Awesome. So yeah, Claude is recommending get the API key in, and then that will be better first step than the other steps. Okay. I would like to do each of those three steps, but I'm going to go with your suggestion and do the API integration first. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get my API key and just let me know when I should put the API key in the file. I guess if you could, create the right file and the label, then I will have the API key ready to put in. Yeah, that's awesome. And now it looks like Windows is automatically like turning off the microphone when I'm done, and I just have to like manually hit the button each time. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to try some of these other voice tools. Yeah, it's so awesome to feel like I'm becoming like a just barely starting to become like a pro at this, and barely starting to feel like I'm like getting this down and understanding everything. Okay, file is ready. Open it and replace the API key. Awesome. So yeah, I'm gonna keep it on the browser window while I essentially put in the API key. So env local. I did it as next public. I think I need to, I'm going to ask it about that. I noticed the label for the API key starts with next public. From what I understand, that makes the API key public, and I don't want to do that. If this is the case, can you change the label so that it will not be public? Good catch, I'm right. Next public. Exposes the key to the browser. Keep it server side only. So it just asked me, is it okay to change the label in that file? I just did it automatically, and I will just paste the API key in. And save it. And back to the code. Awesome. So now back to yeah, no, I don't even need to go to Gemini. I just go to, this is awesome. All right, I just put in the API key for FinHub. What is the next step? Also, I do notice that I feel like the Windows option for dictation, it's it's more accurate with like getting the words right of what I'm saying. And I noticed when I was just talking to Gemini, it would like misspell a lot of things. And so far, this Windows prompt is more accurate, so that's awesome. All right. So essentially, yeah, I'm gonna go back to like the original plan and just kind of see like phase one, data ingestion, got all the data, and then do all the calculations for the different parts of the cloud tool. Then the main part where we do the solve the visual overload pain point. is the candlestick chart, the layered rendering, the Kumo cloud, the hotspot logic, to update the explainer card. I did all that. Focus toggles, add a floating button group. Okay for that. Yep. Implementing a cloud breakout strategy to show beginners the power of the tool. So that's for the backtesting part, which I haven't. I don't believe I gave Claude Code the that I told it that I wanted to do backtesting. And let's see. The educational lens UI, the cards. So yeah, the only thing that it didn't do, it looks like, from my original plan was the backtesting. So yeah, it does help to have like to still use. I see how it still helps to use like an LLM or Gemini to just like, get like a rough plan or outline that I can kind of refer to and go back to make sure that like Claude is staying in line with that original plan and that I'm like not forgetting anything from the original plan. So I'll probably still keep doing that. But now I know how to make this process so much quicker and better and smoother every way. All right. Yeah, this is so awesome. And I can't wait till I'm like running the business from Claude Code in the cloud and I can just have it work automatically. I just wake up each day and it gives me a summary of everything. Like it's just like I'm at a board meeting every day and I'm the CEO and all the different departments are coming and giving me data based on me having to like go and like do it on my own. And yeah, there's just so much potential here. Can't wait till I get there. Definitely definitely sticking with the plan though, doing first 30 days to do like an app each day. And I can tell I'm still like, even though I was kind of getting the last stream, I was like, oh, okay, I kind of feel like, I've like done all the apps, everything I can do. And I don't really see, I'm getting to a point where it's like, even when I ask AI to recommend like new features I can put in the apps that'll be like more difficult to create, it really wasn't that much more difficult. This is the next level that I wasn't seeing, is to I've got the like kind of the apps understanding of how it creates them down. Now I just need to like update the process, and I'll still finish these apps out, but each time my main focus I think is going to be on um making my process more professional and getting this whole thing down to where once I get to the next phase, whatever that is, I think it's going to be something to do with building out the biz. Then I'll just be like flying on that, and I'll be just like not having to like ask all these questions, and I'll just be like flowing and making awesome stuff. Even though I'm doing that already, it'll be even quicker. Okay, so now I see something. It did Yahoo Finance. FinHub's free tier no longer includes candle data for any asset class. They're saying I'll use Yahoo Finance. Good thing I caught that. I should have stopped over there. I'm just gonna wait till this is done because I know the Yahoo Finance is not an API. So if Yahoo, it just scrapes Yahoo Finance. So if Yahoo Finance were to change anything on their site, from what I understand, it can break the app, and then I would have to go through and recode it and have it like learn the new updates. But since I didn't stop it on that exact prompt, gonna have to wait till this is all done and then tell it like, hey, I don't want to use Yahoo Finance. Can you find a better API? And I noticed that that in the past it seemed like Claude Code was better at finding a good API because like for whatever reason like Gemini and Claude LLMs would like recommend APIs, but they would think that it would be able to like have a certain data that I could access in the free tier, and then I would like have it build it out, and then it would be like, oh, we can't access this. Where it looked like what Claude Code was doing was like it would just try different APIs and automatically be able to tell me. So the FinHub API integration is complete. Here's what's built. FinHub's free tier blocks the stock handle endpoint, so I switched to Yahoo Finance's chart API, which is free and returns full OHLC history for any US stock. Your FinHub key still works for the quote endpoint if needed later. Okay. All right, I see that you switched to Yahoo Finance. And from what I understand about Yahoo Finance is that if Yahoo Finance changes something on their site, then it can break my app. I have had issues with trying different API keys, and certain API key free tiers seem to work when others don't. So if FinHub doesn't work, can you check to see if there is a free tier API option that will work from this that would make it so I don't have to use Yahoo Finance? Yeah, it's so awesome to be able to talk to this now and get out of that old terminal. That terminal was way more manual, and it was harder to read the stuff. It was moving faster, harder to read what it was doing. So they're saying, good point, Yahoo Finance is unofficial. And fragile, let's test a few proper free tier APIs. See, that's what I need. Okay, this is just gonna like, that's so awesome. It's actually testing, it tested Alpha Vantage. Um, Test the 12 data free tier. Tested Polygon. So it's saying this new one called 12 data that I've never tried before. 12 data's free tier gives 800 API calls a day. That's a lot. And 8 calls a minute. Yeah, that's more than enough. The demo key even works, but you can get a free personal key from their site for reliability. So looks like what it did is it's adding um so instead of like erasing FinHub, it's just adding on the new API, which I'll have to get that key And luckily these are all free APIs because it is showing the whole API in the thing, which if it were a paid API, I would definitely go and change it right away, but it's not, so it's all good. But it lets me know now that when I'm building on the stream that I need to make sure that I don't put in the API key until I'm not streaming anymore. And I'll just have to use like mock data, or even like just be so careful that it could. I wonder if I could just even put in a prompt like do not show. I'll figure it out as I go. Um, okay, I got to get the API key from 12 data and put it in the file. Awesome. Okay. So I got to go get that key. Get to try a new API. Just gotta check my email to verify with the 12 data. Maybe it's in the junk. Yep. Verify my email. And yeah, API keys. To copy this key and put it in the folder. And good thing it's free because I'm guessing that it'll probably reveal it later. Okay, so I gotta switch back to the browser. Save it. Okay, right, so I'm gonna tell it I just put the API key in. All right, I just put in that new API key. Also, I'm doing a live stream. So these are free API keys right now, but I'm wondering, is it possible that, when you're showing what you're doing, that you do not show the API keys on the screen? So it's vibing. Good call. It'll avoid reading or displaying the .env local file contents going forward. The keys are safe in that file. It's already in git ignore, so it won't be committed. And it won't open or print it again during the stream. So I think that's a good, I'm going to take a note of that in my ClaudeMD file, I should indicate that it should not display the API data. Awesome. Use some more water. All right, back to the code window. So basically, just asking me, did I want to restart the dev server? I think to update with the new API key, and after that, then I think I'll be ready to check out the site again and make sure that it's showing the right real data and try searching for some different stock tickers. Okay, 3002. Awesome. And yeah, it's saying go ahead and search for a real ticker like Apple or Tesla. So I'm going to do that. It's saying 3002. There we go. So it automatically shows mock data, it looks like, until I put in Apple. Oh, that's what like real charts look like. Like that last one where it just kind of went straight up with like 100 green candles in a row. Like, yeah, that's not normal. So this is like more like what a normal chart's gonna look like. Um, Although it's like you can't really see this. It's like it's hard to tell why this is called the Ichimoku cloud. It doesn't really look like a cloud. It just looks like, you know, a line that's like shaded underneath. But if you saw like a bigger picture, you'd be able to tell like, okay, yeah, that looks like a cloud. So I'm wondering maybe this isn't even enough data right here. Um, Maybe I should get more than 1 year. But then it's harder to see the details when it comes to like, you know, like being in between these lines and stuff. So this is good for now. I'll wait till I'm done and then like kind of come back to that idea. But yeah, everything's showing like essentially like you got the OHLC, the opening for each candle, the high, the low, and the close. Um, then the color coding matched to each line, what that line, where that line is. Um, and then there's an explanation like shows prices inside the cloud. The market is likely undecided. So yeah, that's the main thing for beginners. Is this is doing the work for the beginner and reading the tool. Like I've never seen before AI or before I even started doing AI, I had never seen a tool that essentially like translates and reads that tool for you. It would just like show the tool on the chart. Um, all right, so yeah, this is looking good. This is real data. I'm gonna try one more. So it's viewing Apple. I'm gonna try like a smaller cap stock. Well, actually, first I'm gonna try Nike. Okay, yeah, and you can see like Nike's like just starting to like it's trying to break out from the cloud. So it's still mixed signals, but yeah, at least the beginners will understand. Like this is huge for beginners right here. Wow. Yeah, these I'm just getting more and more impressed of what this is capable of every day that I make something. This is so awesome. Like there's so much potential here. This is just the beginning. Man, this is so good to know. So good to know that I found this and that I'm like feel like I'm like working on the right thing right now. This is just gonna make life so much easier and better in so many ways. Okay. Uh yeah, that's right. I want to do a backtesting thing. So I'm gonna let yeah, I feel like I'm ready for like the next step of the build. Maybe I should push to GitHub one more time. All right, I like how it looks right now. I'm thinking that it's a good time to do another push to GitHub. And it's still doing the same mistake that like the LLMs, whenever I said GitHub, it thinks I'm saying get home. So I'm thinking if I get like a Whisper Flow or a Bridge Mind, like when I say GitHub, it'll be better at like reading or dictating like those kind of words that you know a normal like dictation tool is not used to. All right, so I'll see what Claude is doing. And basically, after it pushes to GitHub, I'm going to ask it, does it think it's better to, what were those last two steps? Okay, visual polish on cloud rendering, more interactive coaching. So I think it'd probably make more sense to do like the bigger stuff first, like the back testing. Although I'm only looking at 1 year, that's kind of interesting. So I'm only looking at 1 year, so I don't think that's enough time to backtest. I'd almost need to like give it more time if I'm going to do backtesting, I think, because backtesting for these stocks, it's going to need definitely more than 1 year to get accurate data. All right, I'll be right back. That's awesome. Yeah, it's showing me like the changes I've made now, I think, between the last push or save to GitHub and the ones I just made now. That's awesome. Okay. So on to the next step. Oh yeah, first I want to check GitHub, make sure that it's like showing that it made the updates. Yep, it says now on some of the files that it changed. Awesome. And I'm also making sure that the local env file with the API codes is not pushed to GitHub, and I don't see it, so that's good. All right, so I've got 3 different things that I want to do that I can think of now. Essentially, you recommended that I do like a polish, and you made another recommendation for adding more information to like the education cards. But what I also want to do is have a backtesting feature. So I guess it's probably smart to just like focus on one thing at a time. And the biggest thing would be the backtesting feature. And the only thing with the backtesting feature, I think, is it would need to look at a bigger time frame. So I need to know if it's possible to look at like the last 5 years of the stock to do backtesting. And the main thing I want to say in the backtesting is like, if it was above the clouds or whatever state it's currently in, how many days on average in the backtesting that it stayed in that certain range, and also like what percentage of the time did it break up or down when it's in a middle range like Apple is right now. And if you have any other suggestions for backtesting, let me know. All right, switching back to code. So they're saying backtesting would give Cloud Compass real analytical depth, but they want to check to make sure that the API's free tier can give me 5 years of data. And so essentially, it looks like it's checking. I guess I got 2 different APIs it can check from. So yeah, it's checking FinHub and that 12 data to see if they can go back 5 years. So if you're just tuning in, essentially, I'm building this app called Cloud Compass. And if you ever heard of Ikimochu clouds or Ichimoku clouds, it's a technical analysis tool or indicator for investors. and it's more of a complicated tool. So I'm making this for beginners so that it does essentially it reads the tool for you if you're a beginner, so you don't have to learn how to read it and how to apply it to a chart. You can just search any stock and it's going to show the chart and it's going to apply the tool correctly over the chart, and then you can like hover over any certain day, um any day on that on the chart, and it's going to explain to you like all the different kind of like clouds and lines, what they mean for this tool. And it's also going to read the chart for each specific day, which, the current day would be the most important, but it's going to give you a basic read of like what the chart is telling you as far as what would be most important to a beginner in regards to when it's time to buy. And now what I'm doing is I'm getting a backtesting feature. So first I had to check the APIs, and it looks like, yeah, I found out that 12 Data's API can give me 5 years of data, because for backtesting I need more data than just the 1 year of data it's showing on the chart. So it's going to backtest, and it's doing a plan to design the implementation. So right now it's creating a plan to make the backtesting feature. And essentially I'm making a huge like evolution step in my process. And from before, where I was like talking to an LLM a lot, like I was talking going back and forth between Gemini and Claude Code, and only pasting prompts in the terminal, making sure I totally understood what was going on first, and doing things like really one step at a time. I'm starting to use Claude Code in this new chat window that I've never used before. And I'm starting to talk way more directly just to Claude Code. And I'm watching it like just do way more work way quicker than it's done before. And I wouldn't have the reason I'm glad I did it the other way first is like I would not have understood so much of what was going on, and I would have felt like really lost as to what it was doing and like how to do like a build right. And that doing it the way I did before was all part of like my evolution and learning this. And now I've just made like a huge improvement. I'm really glad that I decided to try this new like process basically today, because it helped me a ton. And I also had a lot of really helpful people in the comments guiding me along the way. So like, yeah, it was like the universe just came together to help me and to like improve and evolve as I always do. So yeah, the vibes are good, everything's flowing right. And yeah, I'm just gonna keep getting better and better at what I'm doing. And I can see so much more potential for what I can create in the future. This app is like, it's a very, very like, as far as like financial indicators go, like this is doing way more than like any financial indicator app that I know of, especially with that backtesting feature. Like before AI, it would have been like very difficult to do this backtesting stuff, taking a lot of time. Would have had to have a very good understanding of how these tools work. And this is just essentially taking it to a new level for beginner investors. Like, um, anyone can use these for free right now. And I would just say, like, if you use them, let me know, like, anything particular that you think would be like, help you be better or worse to take on or off of the app in the future, so I can improve them. And yeah, best case scenario, one of these apps just like takes off like crazy and like thousands of people start using it overnight and it goes viral. And I can just put it as like a standalone app and like put it for sale. But I think the chances of that happening are kind of slim. So I'm just gonna wait and see, which apps people use and get the most value off of. And then if none of them really just go viral, then I can go on to the next phase and and take the information that I have after all these apps are created and decide to do what to do from there. But essentially, this is uh this is a good change that I made today. I've just by doing this, I've been able to, I think, kind of compact like two or three different steps into one, and also instead of like just having my MD file kind of like in like a general folder and telling Claude to go like access it from that general folder, I pasted it so it like I created a inside the dev folder with my apps. I created another app folder that is like just for these finance apps. So then I went and pasted the MD folder into that folder so I can just automatically, or I'll be manually at the start of each when I'm creating a new folder. I can just take that and paste it into the new folder. So essentially, like, I don't have to go tell Claude to go find it in a different folder. And then as I start creating other things in other folders, they can each have their own different MD file. And I know there's other files that I'm going to be putting together too in the future. But now I'm like actually like applying them the way a professional would, and like everything I'm doing, I'm trying to model off of like how professionals do the workflow. So in a way, I'm like, making my own workflow, but I'm trying to create it based off of the information I'm getting on the research I'm doing in regards to how professionals would do their workflows. So yeah, I can see it's showing me the steps that it's doing, the plan, create a backtest type definitions, add extended candles, build backtesting engine is what it's doing right now, and then create use backtest hook. Then it'll build the backtest panel UI component, and then it'll integrate into the Cloud Compass app and verify. So like I would have been doing these things one at a time before. I would have been like talking to the LLM and like having it to me explain like what all this stuff means as I'm building it. Like, what is a backtesting engine? What is a fetch extend candles? Like all those things that I would have like had to look up before. I'm getting to the point where like I already know what that means. Like I've already done this before step by step, so I know what each of those steps mean. I don't have to go back and like talk to the LLM about like, what does this do? What does that do? I automatically know this, so it's totally time for me to like upgrade my flow to just have this thing like just move along and speed up the process. And I don't need to like feel like I'm missing stuff. I don't feel like I'm not understanding certain steps, which is major when it comes to, basically for like a business perspective. Like I want to be able to like have a business idea and just instantly like know like, okay, is this something like based on my understanding that could be built, and like what different features could I add on here. And like 2 weeks ago I would have had no idea, and I would have been asking every step of the way. So like, what do I need to do? Is it possible to do this? Is it possible to do that? But now as I'm understanding the build and how this works and like what it does, like my mind on its own can just like look at like, okay, let's say I want to build a marketing department for my business. Then it's like, okay, well, I know it's kind of possible. Like I understand already from like, business mindset of like how a marketing department operates, and all the different steps that would need to be done. And I'm understanding like a better idea of like how I would be able to do that step by step. So I could just like go into plan mode, tell it what I want, have it interview me, and come up with a plan, and then tell it what I think of the plan. And I'm just getting so much better at this. And yeah, I'm really constant improvement because, yeah, if I was just staying at the same level and doing things the same way every day, I would not be learning as much. I would not be improving as much. And most importantly, like, it's so much more fun to me to be trying something new and learning new features and basically expanding what I'm doing. So keep doing that. All done. Here's what it built. History check panel below the chart with a run 5-year backtest button. Awesome. Zone distribution, the percentage of the time above, inside, below the cloud, average stay duration, average return. A split bar showing breakup versus breakdown probability when inside the cloud. TK cross win rates, full alignment frequency, and returns cloud thickness reliability. Okay, the dev server should automatically reload, I think what it's saying. Try searching a real ticker and hit the backtest button. Awesome. So I'm gonna see if this worked out how I wanted it to. It's in demo right now. So if I try like NVIDIA, viewing NVIDIA, it's mixed signals right now. You can see over a year it was like above everything, well, above everything except for the purple line, which is like the rear view. As soon as it hit that purple, it started to flatten out, and then it just couldn't really stay, like tried to go up, but it got hit right back down as soon as it got above that purple. And then it caught back up to the clouds here and like just went into the clouds. And now it's kind of like, let's see, what did it say? Prices below the cloud, potentially bearish territory. And then like, not yesterday because it's the weekend, but like 2 days ago of trading, it was inside the cloud. So it's really like on the like line of being like undecided, and it's not sure whether it wants to break up or down. But it just broke down, and so now knowing that story, I'm going to be looking at this run 5-year backtest. Awesome. So the chart is only showing 1 year, but the backtest is going to look at 5 years. So, oh, this is so cool. Analyzing 1,300 trading days. And where does NVIDIA spend its time? Above the cloud, 62.8% of the time. Average stay 24 days, median stay 4 days, average return 12%. Inside the cloud 12%, and below the cloud 24% of the time. What happens in the decision zone? When price enters the cloud, the undecided zone, which where it's kind of like bouncing in and out of right now, which way does the trend tend to break out? And it's pretty close to a coin flip, which is usually the case in these technical indicator tools, decision zones, and signal report card, TK cross win rate. How often does a TK cross correctly predict the next 20 days? So a little bit more than half the time when that cross happens, it'll go up. Full alignment, all 4 signals agree. Whenever Ichimoku condition lines up in the same direction, okay, in the last 5 years, it's happened 588 times. And the average 20-day return after an alignment happens is 7%. So, cloud thickness. Does a thicker cloud provide stronger support or resistance? Average cloud thickness, 7.3%, 36% of price. Thick clouds held as support resistance 35.37% of the time. Thin clouds held 50% of the time. Okay. So yeah, I want to have more education based on like the information in this backtest. Okay, so I think that's the next want to explain like thick and thin clouds, TK cross, uh anything else? No, I think that's the main things I want to add for now. Okay, our TK cross is up here. The quick pulse is above the backbone. Short-term momentum is likely positive. But yeah, I want to explain that more, and cloud thickness. Okay. Let's see if I can give Claude Code like the minimal amount of information and it just understands exactly how to explain this for beginner investors. All right, everything looks good with that backtesting feature. So I think the next thing that I want to do is to include more information on the bottom education part. And the main two things I want to add are in regards to explaining a TK cross and also explaining cloud thickness. So go ahead and add those two explainers on the bottom in regards to um, explaining it to a beginner investor. This is going to be cool. So this is instead of me like, doing the research with like the LLM, I'm just going to see like how good Claude does it. And I thought like today like doing this, I would be like doing maybe like 50% of it on Claude and like 50% on Gemini, but what I'm finding is yeah, other than I think like the very beginning planning process, that still helps, but I'm quickly phasing out of Gemini way more than I thought. So especially if it does this part. If it does this part right, um then I know like yeah, I can trust it to like, with very little like explanation to do the right thing essentially because I'll know if it okay, done. 2 new explainer cards have been added to the bottom legend. So I'm going to search that. Yep. All right. Yeah, that's awesome. Um, okay, so I'm going to ask Claude what it thinks is next step because looking at my original plan, um, done the education and done the back testing, so it might just be the polish. I do see one thing that was in my original plan that is not here, so well, it's kind of basically instead of using technical terms, I wanted to like translate those into things beginners would understand. But I think what I want to do is add like Um, maybe like in like some kind of brackets next to the beginner terms, like the actual technical terms. But that's just like, that's really not that big of a deal. I think that's more something like that doesn't need to be included in an MVP. I'm gonna check a smaller cap stock like Coinbase. Coinbase is like all four showing bearish. So like, yeah, with these tools, like beginners shouldn't be trying to like, time a bottom. But like I've been buying Coinbase, I even hit that like very bottom one day by like $2. Like I remember, I think within the last like week I bought it down at like 143. And that's just because I've been like trading or not trading. Well, I have traded, but mostly buying Coinbase at like key times for the past couple of years. I was even buying it when it was down like between like $30 and $40. And then I sold some like, back in October, I think. Yeah, when it was like up around like 3 to 400, sold some like around here, and then I just started buying back again, probably like right around here because I just saw it hitting a level. But anyways, like with this, it won't say that it's like bullish until it's like broken up out of these clouds. So it would have already started the upward trajectory, but that's way safer for a beginner because beginners shouldn't be trying to like time the market. But anyways, that's kind of like an investing lesson right there. But as far as yeah, this is super helpful. Like beginners, this should help them a ton. It's doing all the work for them, reading it. All right, so I think UI polish is probably next. I'm gonna see what it recommends. Oh, I should do GitHub push first. All right, I like how this looks. I'm thinking it's time to do another push to GitHub. So I'll switch back to code. And yeah, even though I'm starting to use the dictation for so like Gemini and Claude LLM and GPT all have their own like built-in dictation feature. And it seems like the Windows dictation that I'm like using on top of Claude Code is a little bit better, but it's still getting like certain things, especially like tech stuff like GitHub. It'll always think I'm saying Get Home. So I got to make sure that I'm like updating that to the right words. But it sounds like what I've learned today is that I can get a tool like BridgeMind or Whisper Voice or Whisper Flow, and those will pick up on those like technical terms much better. And that's like the main reason to use something like that. Um, yeah, so essentially this is setting it up to save to GitHub. Um, yeah, it's just like I'm just really amazed at like what this is capable of. And like even before, like I was just super like amazed every time I was using it what it could do, but now I'm seeing like just so much more potential that it has that I was not aware of before. Yeah, this is so awesome. Okay. It's telling me the commit summary, basically like the new changes it's made since the last commit. All right. So I want to go back and see what it thinks is next. All right. What do you think is the next step? So originally, like I think what you said was doing a UI polish. Let me know what you think. Because really, that's what I would say. Like, do the AI or the AI, do the UI. Saying, yeah, a UI polish would be a solid next step. So that's what I'll do. But I could also add markers on the chart at TK crosses, cloud breakouts, and alignment events with Coach Cloud. So I want to do both. Also, too, it wasn't giving me like the options like it is when I did it through the terminal. This like chat mode. I like it so much more. Just keep moving forward and making progress every day. That's all. Stay. So if you're just tuning in, essentially, we've got the app, the Cloud Compass, that is pretty much built. And right now it's just doing some listing. You can see what it's doing, polishing the signal card, fade in animation, better condition icons. And usually in the past, I'd be having to do kind of these polishes like one step at a time. But now I understand what it's doing and I'm just letting it run. And it's like doing its own recommendations for what it should do. Um, Main part is like I did keep it in line with my vision. Like I was able to do this in a way where it didn't like go and create something that it thought I wanted. For the most part, it created, I gave it enough information from the start that it created what I wanted according to my vision. So yeah, I'm gonna be sticking to this change in my workflow for sure. It's time to stand up. My energy flowing. I'm just reading essentially what it did. So I'm gonna check it out, and then if everything looks good still, I'll push it to GitHub. Yeah, so I just looked up Apple. Can see the story that's telling was like it was pretty much like above the trend line for a while. Like most of the time over the past year. Like it went down and hit these like clouds and stayed underneath that purple line. As soon as it crossed over that purple line, it that was like too much and people were like, nope, time to sell. And it broke into the clouds, tried to come back out, barely made it out, got pushed back down. So it looks like the bears are trying to push it back down into the cloud. And then you can run a back test and see, you know, about half the time Apple spends above the cloud only stays inside the cloud about 15% of the time. So usually when it's in there, which is it's like just starting to stay in there right now, doesn't stay for long. And then below the cloud, like 30% of the time, average stay 11 days, usually stays longer above, stays shorter inside. So yeah, about half the time, what happens in the decision zone, I think that's always going to be like that for most stocks. About 63% of the time, if there's a TK cross, which is explained what that is below and above, full alignment, cloud thickness. We got all these different explainers down here. Yeah, everything looks good. And I don't notice too much difference from this UI polish. Maybe that chart's a little bit cleaner. There's like, don't have to scroll out to see the whole thing before. But yeah, time to push to GitHub again. So back to the code. All right, I think it's time to do another push to GitHub. So after this, thinking it would be time to do the audit. That's what I got on my. Got the new API today too. That 12 something. What was it? 12 data. And FinHub, which was recommended to me by Gemini, but what I found is Claude Code can just go and check each different API. What it looks like it's doing is checking it without even me giving it the API key to actually see if it's doing what it says it does. Whereas like Gemini just goes off of and the other LLMs just go off of a screenshot of what the internet says that it did whenever the date for that screenshot was, which I'm finding is the problem because they changed their free tier specifications and then it doesn't update in time for the LLMs to see. So the LLMs can only get like a dated like snapshot of what it says, and then I would try it and it wouldn't do that anymore, and then it'd be like, oh yeah, I guess they changed it. Whereas Claude Code can just like run through, check different APIs, and find the one that would work best for what I'm doing. So yeah, that's awesome. So I got 12 data for the API. And yeah, so it pushed. So next up would be the chart annotations feature, adding markers. Yeah, so I want to move on to that. Forgot about that step. Awesome. Yeah, and before I know it, I won't even be having even have to have it check out each step along the way. So essentially, what it's doing right now is it's going to be adding when you look at the chart, it's going to mark certain like key spots where it, like, you know, maybe the lines crossed or it broke in or above a cloud. So you can just like scroll over that, like look back in time and scroll over that, and it'll explain what happened there. So then you can almost read the chart like it's a story, like over time, how different things from this indicator basically affected the price. And yeah, so much awesome stuff. I feel like I made so much progress today. And yeah, like little did I know, man. I thought today was just gonna be like, you know, try something new. It wouldn't make that big of an impact, but this is probably like the biggest, I feel like, kind of breakthrough I've had as far as like my whole process getting better. Today was like I never would have realized this made such a huge difference, but you know, I had to do what I had to do to learn to get to this point. And if I had like, you know, started by like trying to do it this way from the beginning, I would have been lost. I would have been like, okay, what's going on? Like, why is this breaking? Like, you know, I would not, but yeah, because I did it how I did it, step by step, just to learn. Yeah, that was major to get to this step. And even like all the research I've done as far as like YouTube videos explaining how to use these tools, like I don't remember ever seeing anything that was really explaining like this at like a beginner level to like what this like potential had. Most of this stuff is all about like using the terminal, but yeah, I feel like I'm getting to the point where it's like most of these like videos on how to use Claude Code, most of the instructions and all that stuff is like behind me now. Like I'm getting to be at least a few steps ahead of where the internet seems to be right now with how they're using this stuff. So that's good to know. Like I'm already making so much progress and I'm going to keep it up. And yeah, just grateful for this opportunity, grateful for all these tools, grateful for being able to provide so much value to the audience. Okay. I'm not sure if it's done or not, but yeah, I think it's done with what it just did. So I'll check it out and see. Yeah, I don't see any of the markers. Okay, so either it didn't do what it said it was going to do or I didn't understand what it was doing, but yeah, I can just ask it and see. All right, so I'm not sure if you're done with what you were doing, but I thought what you were doing was creating like markers to show like significant points on the chart where either TK lines crossed or the chart went into a cloud. But I just refreshed the local host and searched a new ticker and I don't see any markers on the chart. You're right. They created the annotations engine and updated the chart to accept the markers, but it hadn't hardwired it into the app so far. So it kind of stopped mid thing and didn't finish it. So I still need to definitely like, especially with these more complicated steps, I still need to like manually check it to make sure it's doing what it says. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so saying that the markers should be there now. Saying before I did the logic to explain like put how the markers would work, but didn't actually put the markers on the thing. Yeah, I already see it already. And that's just the mock data. Okay. So I'll switch to the browser and try out these markers. Okay, like here it says TK. But how is this different than... Okay, so that's like the first candle where it closed above the line, so that's why it's doing that. But there isn't, I'm not seeing something that explains. Oh, you can turn it on or off, but it doesn't explain what the, like what does 404 mean? And I don't see that when I hover over it. Okay, so back to the code. All right, so what I see is the markings on the chart for the different annotations, and then there's a box that says like you can switch it for annotations on and off, and it shows like for the mock data, it shows that there's 6 different annotations, but when I hover over the markers, it just shows like the same data that it would show if I were to hover over a spot where there was no markers. And if I hover over where it shows the 6 different annotations, it doesn't show me information. So I don't know what you think would be the best way to basically show what each different marker means or stands for. If I should like hover over a specific marker and it'll have like a different box pop up in addition to the box that already shows all the original data, and explain what the marker means. So it's saying that they thought they had it, so like information showed up based on that marker, but I don't see that. So what they're doing is essentially adding data to the main card that pops up. And when I scroll over a marker, it should have extra data. So yeah, we'll see if it's doing that. I think while I was doing that, I could get Vercel set up and get it linked up. So add a new project. Yep, it's showing the cloud compass. I just need to wait till it's finishing so I can get the API keys out for the environment variables. And so it's saying, okay, I thought it was maybe stuck because it was at, yup, it showed that I was at like 100% of the context. So before, also when I was using the terminal, it didn't show like a context meter on how close I was, so it had to automatically um like compact the conversation, because Claude can only remember so much, so it's like basically compacting it, and then it was able to continue. So I can see the local host is updating in the background, and it's doing the last step, the annotation legend near the toggle button in the Cloud Compass app. right. Let's try out the changes. Yep, it does add extra info for that. I see. That's awesome. So now it'll add info like at the right time that the signals. Yeah, this is so cool. That's awesome. Wow. Okay. That works, right? That's cool. All right. Back to the code. I'm going to say push to GitHub. I think it is time to do another push to GitHub. While it's doing that, I'm going to put the API keys into Vercel. Super easy, just copy and paste the API key information into the environment variables on Vercel. Deploy. And I'll wait for it done. Wait till it's done deploying. Essentially before I finish the GitHub push, because I don't know if that might cause some problem if I'm trying to deploy while I'm pushing to GitHub at the same time, but I doubt it. Actually, might as well just try and see what happens. So if it does, then I'll know. Seems like it worked. Just deployed a new project. Awesome. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, essentially, I am almost done building this new app called the Cloud Compass. I'm about to switch it to switch it. Yep, it's in the code. Okay. So yeah, I just did GitHub push. Essentially, I just built like an extra feature on the app. This is a beginner investor tool for a Ichimoku Cloud reader. Essentially, it's gonna apply the technical analysis for this tool and do all the reading work for a beginner. It's going to have all the explanations for what it's doing and also a backtesting feature so they can understand like more probabilities and likelihoods of what's going on and what's going to happen in the future. And now I'm ready to do the audit. So Get there. All right, I think that everything looks good for this app right now, and I'm ready to do an audit. Usually, what I do with the audit is to look to see if it is over engineered or under engineered and get an explanation on what you think and why. I would like to do those things. Also, any other things you think would be good to add to the audit, please add those. Yeah, and if you notice too, I switched from like talking mostly to the Gemini LLM to now I'm doing the chat feature in Claude, and I'm understanding this a lot better on how this works. So let's see. So exploring the full project structure, the UI components, and yeah, I'm able to keep up with it now too. In the past, like it was just moving too fast for me to understand what it was doing, but now I'm getting in the flow and now I know what it's doing when it lists stuff like list the JSON and config files and root. I understand what that's doing now. It's not just like a different language to me anymore. Learning so quick and improving my flow as I go. So yeah, I mean I'm definitely definitely upping my game a ton, and I'm gonna keep doing that. And yeah, this is a lot of fun. So sky's the limit on now. Like what I see I can build and build it much faster. And I got a lot of good help today in the comments, helping me guide me to do this right and seeing what's possible in the future. Getting the audit results. It's telling me instead of before, so overall well built for its scope, a few naming issues and minor gaps, but no major over or under engineering. So it's telling me the different ways it's over engineered. Saying the cloud thickness analysis is borderline unnecessary. Saying that's like harder for beginners to understand, that it's not really necessary. And it's not intuitive for someone learning for the first time. I agree. But keep it since it's already built. Full alignment, first day of streak, reduplication, and annotations. The full alignment detection computes the previous day's score to avoid marking consecutive days. 90 lines of duplicated logic. Not urgent, under engineered. So they're saying the biggest reason that it's under engineered is because originally I started using the FinHub API, but that didn't work, so I switched. So it's giving me a recommendation, no rate limit awareness. And the 12 data the API ended up using, free tier allows 8 calls per minute, 800 a day. If a user rapidly searches tickers or runs backtests, they'll suddenly hit the rate limit and get errors. So I'm guessing they're going to add, recommendation is add a simple cooldown or debounce. Disable the search button for 2 seconds after a search. For the backtest, the button is already disabled during loading, so that's fine. No caching of API responses, so I should get a cache system in there. Create a simple in-memory cache. Okay. Missing key on the API environment variable. Both API routes return a generic code. If the API key is missing, the user sees failed to fetch candle data with no hint. So check to see if the reason that we're getting an error is that the API key data is missing, that there should be a specific error that says like the API key is not configured. Okay, so for security, the good thing, the API key is server side only, no SQL or command injection vectors. Input sanitization is minimal but adequate. One concern, the symbol in the API route is passed directly to the 12 data URL without validation. A user could pass and potentially inject extra query parameters into an upstream API call. I'm not really sure what that means. It sounds like somebody could hack it and change the way the data works. So I could sanitize the symbol input, strip non-alphanumeric characters. Okay, so this is all stuff I'm also going to be looking up when the stream is over to understand it better. So performance, the only concern is the chart destroys and recreates the entire chart whenever markers change. This could be potentially called outside the main effect to avoid a full chart rebuild. So the recommendation is low priority since the rebuild is fast with 250 candles, but would matter if I ever chart. Okay, they're saying because I'm only showing on the chart 1 year, it doesn't really matter. But if I were to show a full like 5-year chart, then it would matter. Okay. So the good decisions, clean separation, UI components, API routes to server side, 2 separate hooks instead of 1 monolithic hook. So it's got the basically like 1 process for getting the data for the clouds for the tool and another process for the backtest instead of doing it all in 1 process. Mock data with seeded PRNG for deterministic demo experience, annotations as a pure function, not coupled to the chart library, minor issues, next config is empty. It says if you deploy to Vercel, you might want to add images or headers. I did deploy to Vercel. No env example file. New contributors won't know what env variables are needed. No test. Acceptable for a challenge project, but it's very testable. Okay, so the UI is good. Saying 3 things they would actually change. Yes, I want them to make those changes. Yeah, I like the feel like they're giving me better information, more thorough and more understandable than they did in the terminal. So yeah, that's major. And now it's doing the 3 different updates that it wants to do based off the audit that it just did. And before I was just checking for kind of like over-engineered or under-engineered, but now I had the audit do like a more thorough audit, like it included security, stuff like that. And I think before I did this, I probably should have mentioned that I already did put it to Vercel, but that's cool because you know a big part of these is putting them out. And if people use it a lot, hopefully that it would cause a problem and break something, then I can like deal with it and figure out what the problem was. Otherwise, I wouldn't know right now. It's probably something I wouldn't know to even know. So yeah, we are doing a good step right here. essentially we're almost done. I just want to run it through GitHub again and then attach the what's that, the analytics in Vercel. So I'm going to go over Vercel and I'm going to add analytics. Enable, copy the code from Vercel. All right, it looks like I'm ready for the final push to GitHub. Also, I already sent it to Vercel and I got a code for installing analytics. I'm going to paste that here. So I want you to push it to GitHub and then make sure that the analytics is installed in Vercel. Yeah, let's see if we can do both things at once. Usually I would do these as like standalone prompts. But yeah, I would recommend to any beginner here, like you're seeing me like do this change now, but if you're still getting started, I think it's better to be doing things one step at a time and get a good understanding of what it's doing, because I feel like if I were to just like start doing it this method, I would have been like super confused and it would have been much more difficult to like learn and get to the place I'm at right now where I can just have this run like this and understand what it's doing. And now I'm starting to pick up on more of the process. Still things that I don't understand, but like I'm like getting to a point where like I'm understanding enough of the basics that I can start to understand more difficult stuff and keep looking that stuff up, and at least I'm getting like the overall process down of how this should go and flow. And it's going to be interesting to see too. Might as well check that out right now. What it do in regards to what it's doing in regards to like data usage and tokens spent. So go to settings in Claude, go to usage. Yeah, it really didn't use that much more data than I did before. So yeah, this is awesome. Like I'm still way, way, way under my usage limits, but I know like if I were still using the $20 plan, I would be pretty much every session, because I think these sessions are like 5 hours. Pretty much every session I would be essentially running out of my limit, and that would not be good for a stream because then I have to wait to finish. And what I found out is it's very annoying to have your session run out like when it's like halfway through working on a prompt. But anyways, yeah, so everything's pushed. I just want to check this site one more time, make sure everything is working good. Oh, I'm gonna check the live actually. That's what's up. Okay. Yep. So let's see here. This is the final test to see if it works live. And it does. I just gotta try searching for something. And it works, and I'm gonna try the backtest feature. Whoa, yeah, that's kind of messy. I see what they're saying. This is hard for beginners, especially on a chart where it's like constantly crossing in and out of. Okay, I understand their reasoning on that. This is fine for right now. I'll just put it out there, and you can probably see the link if you're looking right now, but if not, I'll put the link for tomorrow's description, and anyone can use this for free and see what it does. And hopefully, if you're a beginner investor, this will give you a lot of knowledge to take you to the next level, help you understand when it's a better time to buy. And this is definitely one of the more complex tools that I built with a lot more extra. Like I've never done this feature to like mark certain times that the tool has made like an indication to investor. Yeah, everything looks good. It's working live. Built today's app. Yeah, I really feel like I made a lot of progress today. Hopefully you got a lot to learn from what I had to say. And I'll type